All right, good morning. This is day 3 of competition for the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Mobility Support. And we have an opening ride here. Matt Formston, he's on the Mal today. So we've, as you can see, the contest area has moved up into that little corner by Tomo's Rock in the pass. We had some strong currents this morning, pulling some of the free surfers out front down the beach. So we decided to go up to the shelter of the pass, which is also the more shapely bar at the moment, give these guys some long rides. We still have the morning high tide needing to fizzle out a little bit. So we see Matt Formston, Nicholas Medina, and Kyle Levitt out there at the moment. And this is our blind partial vision PV1 category. This is Ben Way, joined in the booth by Charles Chaka Webb. He'll be out in the water in the sit and wave ski division in just a little while. As we see these guys kind of feeling their way out. So the previous days have been at Main Beach, just out in front of us out here. And so different sandbars, different setup down there. We also kind of have a little bit of a south wind, and the texture out front is quite chunky. And over there in that little shelter of that hook over there, it's looking nice and glassy.
It's really protected over there, so the southerly wind is what you want here. The northerly wind is absolutely what you do not want here. So we're fortunate. We have kind of a east-southeasterly wind this morning. We have a nice little push that will come in with the dropping tide. As you saw yesterday, the tide filled into the bay, was really pushy, soft. As it dropped out the mid-tide, we got some really, really good scores. You can see we're all the way pushed up almost into the pass. So that's Tomo's Rock right there. We are going to get some really great opportunities to come around the corner right there. The right-hander just likes to push. So as soon as that drains out a little bit, we're going to get some really nice stuff coming right there.
Yeah, from the drone shot, you can see what a perfect angle setup that is off of that. And the potential of these rights just stretching across that angle there. We do have that, as we were saying, we have that higher tide. The energy is not able to get through the deep water just yet, but we do have a couple waves on offer. We've seen we have delayed our start due to that morning high tide, which we were originally scheduled for 8. We went on hold at 9, and now we're getting things started. And just as Chuck was saying, we'll gradually see things improve as we already have some scores on the board. Matt Formston, 6.17 for his opening ride. He's on the longboard getting that nice glide there. Gets a redirection, keeping it low. Moves up to the accelerator, which is the front half of the board, to keep that thing going.
Not quite cross-stepping it, but definitely doing the shuffle and getting up to the front of the nose, getting a 6.1 on that, 6.17. So you can see right there, great look at how protected it is right here from that wind. It's going to stay kind of glassy like that for most of the day until probably the later heats when it gets kind of drained out like it did yesterday. But it won't have the effect that Main Beach had yesterday. It won't get so empty. It will just stay around the corner. It will push us up a little bit more towards Clark's as that right-hander starts to break more towards the pass on the dropping tide. Yesterday we really witnessed what the drained out low tide here is, and it was a really drastic difference from the high to the low, and it really lost all the juice for the last 3 heats. Was a real kind of struggle, but we did have some nice surf throughout the day as the tide was dropping. We did have some really good scores, and we even had a few 9s, a lot of 8s, and we had a 10-point score yesterday.
So yeah, one thing for all of our friends just joining us who weren't around in the previous days, this partial vision classification, these are all surfers that have more than a 50% visual impairment. And yesterday we had our surfer Nicholas Medina in white from Chile. He was out there all by himself, where normally in this category you've got a spotter or a guide that helps get them into position, calls their waves for them, kind of predicts what the wave is going to do, and also keeps their tries to find the best bank for getting the most waves and the most high scoring potential rides for the rider, as well as keeping them out of any trouble of a priority interference. And Nicholas Medina out there all by himself. I did see Nicholas on the beach yesterday, and it looks like he only has vision in one eye.
Right. I'm not exactly sure of his classification, but you can see these drone shots flying over, just kind of showing you what the pass looks like. The awesome lookout up there, the rock, kind of the bend inside the bay. You can see it's really filled in with that high tide. The high tide was at 8:30, so we're just on the dropping side of that, and it's just going to start sucking out and getting way better. There you got Kirk Watson and Miss Pendergrass.
Pauline Mincer, world champion surfer. And Kirk, on your left side, he is in the other division of our visually impaired, and he is totally blind. So we have two or three, we have, I think, 3 competitors that are in that totally blind category. These guys have partial vision, so some of them are able to see shadows, lights, and darks. Each of them have their own visual, their own style of visual impairment. And as we were saying, Nicholas, I think he has one functioning eye, and so that would explain why he's able to kind of see those waves coming, find his way in. One thing that is fun to see, well, fun and also important, is in this smaller size, all of these competitors normally compete on a short board, and they've all grabbed longboards from somewhere just to deal with the conditions and make sure that they get waves in the high tide.
There's no longboards in the town right now. They're all rented out to competitors right here. There's the judging panel, Zippy and the boys. Judging has been very, very consistent throughout the event. It's been really, really nice to see from division to division how these guys see the sport, how they judge the surf, and it's been very consistent. And that's one thing that we're really happy with the ASP, is that we try to keep the same judging panels from location to location, from year to year. So that way and this was the same judging panel that did the Australia Nationals just a few days before the event, just the day before our event started, the Australian Nationals to make the national team. And that judging panel also was doing that as well. So you have that consistency in the judging. They're doing more and more adaptive events, and you're you can see it in the score line.
Yeah, and it's so important to have judges that are familiar with our sport. Of course, you got all of these different categories and different challenges on the waves, and they need to know how to adjust those scores for what's being done out there. Even the slight nuances that aren't even visible by maybe an able-bodied surfer.
Right.
And so they need to know how difficult it is for what they are actually doing out there. And everyone is probably pretty stoked to go up and hang out on a different nook, get up there towards the Star Break,
right,
the pass here at Byron, which we're pretty sure by finals day on Sunday we'll be serving up some more juice. Saturday tomorrow we're due to have some weather, so we have rescheduled. And
you can see those lines right there, Benny.
You can see the direction, and the setup is absolutely perfect. Any kind of energy that can get shoved up on that sandbar is just going to reel. And so as that gets more shallow, I think we're going to be pretty pleased at what happens, and as well as these riders who've been riding some uneven beach break little bars out
They're
front.
stoked to come around the corner right here and get on this little
have a predictable ride.
Yeah. And there is Nicholas Medina giving that one a look. But speaking of, there's Kyle Levitt jumping on that, kind of giving that one the shuffle. We'll see a second score. Speaking of judges, it looks like Matt jumped on another wave too and scored a 3.0. We're going to get a look at that. It's Matt going right.
Yeah, keeping with that energy, and then you see he does a little shift there, tries a direction change, but kind of ends up in the deep water.
A way bigger board than he had before. Speaking of the judges, Davey Shipley will be the judge, the head judge again in Hawaii for Access Surf, Hawaii Adaptive Surfing Championships. Davey, long history of judging. His dad, Jack Shipley, super legendary He was the first head judge of the very first Adaptive Surfing Championship in Hawaii, and he trended that for many years. Jack was the head judge for probably the first 12 to 15 years, and then Davey took over. Davey also jumping in on the ISA judging panel. Kurt Page is the head judge for the ISA, but Davey jumping in on that panel in last November at Huntington Beach. And our guy, Pat Downey, longtime judge on the circuit. Pat's been our head judge for the last 3 years. He was on the judging panel with our former judges, Dave Schulte, the late great Dave Schulte. Big love to Dave Schulte. He was our head judge for a number of years. Dave passed last year, unfortunately, untimely death of Dave Schulte. So we miss you, Dave. We love you. But Pat is our head judge for the last 3 years, and yeah, we're lucky that we have consistency across the board from event to event for these head judges that put together these experienced judging panels, and you see it in the score line. So you can see the pass up there, just a little bit away. The people hoping that the tide drops a little sooner, but it's taking its time right now.
The other thing with those knowledgeable head judges is even if they get to a comp where we don't have experienced judges, they have the knowledge of the sport where they can really pre-brief, get all of those judges in line. And of course, the head judges are the ones that finally accept and let that score come through.
Yep.
So if there's something off, they'll give the judge a chance to rethink it or explain what happened, and then the score comes through after the head judge has approved it. So really, really important.
The good thing is here and at the U.S. Open, and I'm pretty sure in Hawaii, all the judging panels have replay. So if there is, let's say, a 2-point swing between Judge 1 and Judge 5, then they can go replay it, look at it, and trim it down to at least, within a point. They don't like to see anything really over a point and a half swing between the judges. That 2-point swing is pretty high. So usually if there's a 2-point swing between one judge or the other one, they will go back, review. Head judge will talk about it with them, and then they'll trim it down to something more closer to a point or a point and a half.
Yeah, for our viewers at home who aren't familiar with competition, our panel of judges each put in their own score. And what Chuck is saying is the spread between the score that they punch in has a limit to it. And so if you have one judge that gives a 1 and another one gives a 4, that's a 3-point spread, which is way too far apart.
Yep.
And even though the system will take away the highest and the lowest and find an average at the end, you don't want the highest and lowest to be that far apart. And so that keeps things even. Got Nicholas Medina feeling his way. It looks like it's the first session on this board. Gets a little step up there, sticking with the energy here. And on a longboard, you've got basically 3 parts of the board. The tail's where the fin is. You need to get back there for any direction changes, but that's also the brake. You get up to the center, it starts accelerating. You get front of center, it speeds up even more. So you see, as the speed starts to lose speed, he moves up forward on the board. You can see that brings the nose of the board down, keeps it gliding on top of the water.
It's your accelerator.
And then you've got the nose where if we were in a longboard competition, you always want to try and see 1 or 2 feet getting up over the tip of that, and that's what gets the high scores in a longboard competition. Matt up and riding. He's been keeping busy. Of course, he's got an extra 3.5 feet on what he usually rides as far as the length of ride, and that board probably floats about 2.5 times what he's used to floating out there. So.
Sure, and that will not factor in Matt's score line. That was a 1.63, but Nicholas Medina's last one will factor in. It is a 2.50, and there is Alali Medina with her coach and her father Rick and her mother. They travel around. She is the current AASP world champ. They've been traveling the tour for the last 3 years. She's about to put a seal on a 3-time world championship if she can do it this year. So she's traveling around. She's training all the time, having her dad as her coach, Rick, super experienced surfer, throwing up some shakas for us. She's definitely studying and saying, hey, if we're going to be up here around the corner, I want to see what I'm dealing with, especially if I've got to surf on one of my other boards, it's got a little more volume, maybe a little more length, something that can give me a little bit more push on some of these smaller conditions.
Yeah, and she competes in this classification on the women's side. So this is the male counterparts of her classification. So definitely keeping a good eye on what the boys are doing in her same classification. And she has one functioning eye. The other one is a severe vision loss. But she's a superstar in Puerto Rico for being a huge member of the community in the adaptive and parasurfing world. She's on the Puerto Rican news. She's got a huge amount of sponsors and support.
Doesn't she surf on a Paisel?
You know what? She normally surfs Paisels. She was on an IPA yesterday. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, she was on a cool little carbon wing IPA. So I think she'd pulled out kind of her grovelly small wave equipment. And it's always good to see the competitors kind of feel their way around different boards, especially when you're young. You don't get too locked into one certain equipment because you might not have even found what is the magic shape for your style of surfing.
Right.
But also Puerto Rico is really punchy, known for reef breaks, and they don't normally go out and surf in small, soft beach break conditions.
Right.
So definitely needing the extra paddle, extra glide, and needing to be able to do maneuvers at slower speeds than they're usually used to, probably.
Right. A little bit more volume on the board, a little bit more length and width. Always helps out. You can see the setup moved all the way down the beach. That's the thing about this contest, is it is mobile. It will follow the surf in and out of the bay. So from the pass to Main Beach and back. So you've seen kind of up and down the coastline what it looks like here. We are out in front of Main Beach with kind of the lefts and rights. Down here at Tomos Rock, we're only going to be going right. It's coming into the bay, and if we're getting lucky with the tide draining out, we'll get that little push towards the afternoon, and it will feed into the bay right there. And you'll see some better right-handers with some length on them come around down past Tomos Rock.
Yeah, at the moment it's kind of a straight hander, so they're not going left or right. Couple direction changes, just trying to keep with whatever energy that they have. But you know, as a contest director, that once you pick the dates for your event and you have the location, you're stuck right there.
Yeah.
And you hold your end of the tour event, the U.S. Open, in our hometown of Oceanside on the north side of the pier, which for those months is always the best spot in all of Oceanside.
Yep.
It's the one that kills that current, that south current that comes zipping through. And
use that as a channel on the north side of the pier to paddle out.
But once you've decided you want that side, you can't pick up and move depending on the conditions, which is very unique to this competition.
For sure.
And it's also amazing that the amazing support of Byron to enable them to just pick whatever part of the beach that they want all the way down this huge stretch.
Yep, that's
the power of mono.
Yeah, that's the power of mono. He's the mayor of the unofficial mayor, him and Ginger Deb. So you were looking at two of the water crew right there. That was Adam Land, head of the water support here, and Jeff Robertson from High Fives Foundation, coming out here helping all the athletes get in and out of the water, making sure everybody's safe. A lot of knowledge right there in the water for those two guys. So you can see a little bump coming in here. We're hoping that the tide's going to drop out and give this thing a little bit more of a push. We do have a little swell coming in. As you saw yesterday, it was filling in a lot better. It kind of dropped down a little bit with the high tide, but we're hoping that push comes in. And Sunday for the finals is predicted from 3 to 4 foot, so with a southeasterly wind. So hopefully Sunday is going to be the best day for the contest. Day 1 and day 2 were pretty good. Day 1 was a little bit of you got Matt Forstrom out there clowning around. He says, look, man, there's only 4 minutes left. I got a 6.17 on the board. I'm feeling pretty good. It looks like there's not going to be much more coming in, so he's just...
He had a pretty decent score from those earlier rounds as well, right?
Yeah, yesterday they did.
They've surfed 2 heats already?
I think that they have surfed 2 heats. I think this might be their final. Let me just go back and look.
It says semifinal, but...
Yeah, because there's only 3 of them. This is considered a semifinal. It is the round robin. So that's considered what they would call a semifinal. But let me take a look back at this schedule.
Because we will have one more.
Partial vision, they did surf yesterday.
We'll have one more heat.
Oh, no. Yeah. There's 6 of these guys. So, yeah, this top 4 will move forward. So, yeah, Matt had a 5.5 yesterday and a 2.30. So that 6.17 is going to be his top score paired with the 5.50. And that will be a nice score for Matt. There was a lot of waves caught during their heat. Nicholas Medina is trying to replace a 4.23 was as his low, and his high was a 5.83. So he's trying to really just replace a 4.23 at this point. He's got two real low scores on the board, and it looks like Kyle Levitt, his high score was a 3.67 yesterday, and also a 3.17. So he has not bettered his position. Nicholas Medina has not bettered his position. So we will see what plays out. And we also got that second heat with Jack Jackson, Perot Gagliano, and Daniel Toomey. That's going to be coming up.
Yeah, there we have Jack Jackson and his spotter working their way out. And in most competitions, we do have the paddle out time, which means the next heat can start kind of getting their way into the lineup. They do have to stay outside of the competition area until they hear the 2 horns of the end of the heat, but they are able to start kind of making their way out there, so they're not having to kind of rush down the beach and zip out there after this heat finishes.
Right, and you can see beautiful Tomos Rock right there, and you can see the pass up the way. That all connects when the swell fills in, so that all connects. You just go right from the pass. You surf a really long wave, and it goes right from Tomos to Clark's, or actually to Clark's first and then to Tomos.
Yeah, if I can get my hands on a 9.6 longboard, that was dreamy conditions right there.
Yeah, so we will be looking at some more below knee stand women's heat. Below knee stand men's heat, and the prone assist coming after the partial vision. So you get a chance to see Jesse Belauer. You get a chance to see Claudio Morales. You get to see the local boys, Cliff Gralton and Lee Ferrier. And you also get to see Tomoki Fujiwari from Japan and Jack Curfey, that agent of chaos. Bailey Vandenhoeven, who's been traveling the tour since last year. So you got a bunch of new talent, bunch of old guard, and some just basic ripper shredders coming up after these 2 partial blind, partial vision divisions.
And that's Piero Gagliano on the right side. You can see that he's found his, I think that's the board I want to borrow right there.
That thing got a 9-inch fin, boy.
That's what you want. You want the nice single fin. No steep walls to need any side bites to drive you up the face. You just want to get that nice clean glide. And
this one's ticking down. Ben.
Yeah, while we sizzle out, doesn't look like we will probably have too much action. We're going to say quick thanks to the sponsors who've made this event possible. BrightSky Australia, Forward Ability Support, Visit Oceanside, Storage Investments Australia, Rumia, Surfing Australia, High Fives Foundation, Reflections Holiday Parks, Byron Bay Services Club, Wave Ski Adventures, Kennardshire, McGrath Real Estate, Royal Rehab Lifeworks, and Sargood on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wetflix, First Nations Lifeguards, ASP, Brook Farm, and Stoke for Life. They have made this amazing event possible and help us bring it to this big scale. And you heard the 2 horns for the end of the previous heat and the horn for the next heat to start. And I think we're going to bring those guys on in while we have a quick break. And I think we have post-heat interviews today, so we'll have a couple words with Matt Formston after the break. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back, friends. This is the BrightSky Australia, Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. We're here in beautiful New South Wales, Byron Bay, Australia. And this is Ben Way, joined by Charles Chucka Webb in the booth. And we have moved our contest area up into the nook of Tomo's Rock, just under the pass, the famous pass at the end of the beach here in Byron Bay. And we're in our partial vision category classification at the moment. This is our second heat, and we have Piero Gagliano visiting us from France with a 3.50 for his opening wave. Daniel Toomey up riding now. This will be his second wave. Finds a little energy on that one. And we also have Jack Jackson, which is a top competitor in this category. And we've got that tide draining out, starting to try and let that swell bump up on the sandbar down here as we have Piero Gagliano replay. Shuffles it up to the nose a bit there. Brings it back to redirect. So definitely difficult conditions, and the judges will be scoring as far as the amount of difficulty of riding these small conditions at the moment. Jack Jackson going to get up on that little one. We've seen most of our competitors decide to shift over and grab a 9-foot longboard to keep the glide and be able to get into these small waves. Jack Jackson looks like he's kind of stayed on his small equipment. Piero, previous heat, Matt Formston, as well as Nicholas Medina from Chile, decided to opt for different equipment to kind of adjust to those waves. The other thing in this category is you have the spotter or the guide, who can also be a board caddy. So if you decide that you don't want the longboard, you can give that to your spotter, switch off, and have your backup board in the water already.
Yeah.
So you can shift mid-heat.
Yeah, you can change equipment, just like if you break a board and you run in and swap boards. And here comes Piero Gagliano. Nice right, getting some little bit of open face on it, being able to come around the corner a little bit right there. You can see as the tide goes out, it's getting a little bit more with it. It is very small right now. The tide filled in really, really fat. So it's going to take a little while, probably a couple, 3-4 heats for that to empty out a little bit and for it to get a little bit more face on it and a little bit more push on it. So it's going to be fat for a little bit. It's something that, we can't control the surf. And the forecast initially for this contest was really good. Day 1, day 2, we had some pretty contestable surf. Day 3, moving the contest up around the corner where we like it. It's going to take a little bit for this to fill in. Sunday should be a really different. Should be 3 to 4 foot. And looks real nice for as far as the conditions go. And if we can keep it up here at Tomo's or at Clark's, it's going to be contestable. Really good surf. So looking forward to seeing what Sunday brings. Looking forward to see what the next few hours brings, as this empties out, to see if we can't get something with a little bit more face on it, a little bit more shape on it. You can see how fat it is, though, coming in.
Yeah, one thing that we've had in our previous days at Main Beach is Main Beach is just more open to the elements. We don't have this shelter of the top of the point right there. And so until that water drains out and we get a little more push coming through, it does have to fight its way around that corner. But we have a couple lines on the outside. You can see that already the tide has gone out to where it's starting to stand up a little bit farther out than it was.
You see it's kind of hitting that deep spot right there, though. But once it comes out of that and that deep spot is more on the shore break, then you're going to see some of this stuff on the outside really take shape. You can see it's hitting that little shelf right there, and then it's coming across this deep little spot right here, and that's where it's losing some of the juice. When the tide goes out and it's no longer hitting that fat spot, then it's going to be all juice coming across. And Piero had a decent little glider right there, but couldn't quite stay on it.
Yeah, and all of these surfers, I mean, they probably do very little surfing on a longboard. And so it's kind of them just feeling out the equipment even. Jack Jackson was able to get a little more run on that one than his previous wave. Previous wave, he just got up to his feet and got pushed out the back. So able to get some run on that. We'll see what the judges give him for that ride. You can see him taking off here, just hanging out, waiting for some transition to build up. It didn't really, and just as you were saying, it's mostly going to be rights ridden. When you go left, especially with these kind of the morning gutless conditions, you're working against the energy in two ways. So won't be able to lock in and really take that thing too far unless you have the length of board at the moment.
And Perot on that second wave got himself a 3.77. Actually, his third wave was a 2.23. So his second wave was a really nice one. And here he goes on his fourth ride, gliding into that one, choosing not to. He said, you know what, I'm looking over the edge on that, and there's not much edge to look over. So he just chooses to paddle back out. It's going to be a little bit tough today. We're going to have, it's going to be filled in here for a couple hours. So on the drop, as soon as it starts to drop out a little bit, you're going to see some of that stuff stand up a little bit farther on the outside. Give some of these surfers the opportunity to do a couple of scoring maneuvers. As you can see, it's even just starting to break a little bit farther out even from the last heat.
Yeah, and coming up, we do have our prone assist, which luckily in the prone position, you're able to kind of lock in and glide a little bit farther on the lower energy. So as far as the scheduling, they'll have a little bit easier time getting some long rides on these waves than these guys in the standing position.
Sure.
So as far as the scheduling goes, that does work out in their favor. As we get to the below knee standing, a lot of those guys are needing some guts to really squeak out some speed to fit in a maneuver.
Right.
And they're coming up closer to the lower tide. So hopefully that all works out in theory.
You're right. And then you got the wave ski guys too. So I got to go muck around in this stuff in a little bit too. So
you're gonna be closer to that low tide, almost right in the low tide.
And this looks like Jackson trying to go left. It's not really the way you want to go, but it's going to get him a score. Probably drop that 0.83.
The other thing in his case is he is a goofy footer, so
he wants to go left.
Wants to use his toes and be able to produce, kind of stay on that rail. It's always easier to surf on your front hand because of the way the mechanics of your ankles and your toes work. And so being at a small disadvantage of the size of the equipment, not having that longer board that some of the other guys are using to get on everything, he definitely needs to find the power and build speed any way he can.
And you see everybody kind of scratching around, looking. It's gonna be a hunt fest. You got to hunt these little corners down. Here goes Jack, choosing to go right. Nice little redirect right there. That's going to help him out.
Yeah, that's definitely one of his better waves. Daniel Toomey.
Yep, and his last wave, that left, got him a 2.43. So let's see if he can increase his score line with that nice little redirect.
Yeah, the judges will definitely be rewarding any time they do any direction changes, because it's hard enough just to keep going straight on these waves. If you're able to produce enough speed to redirect the board, it's a pretty strong maneuver at the moment.
So Perot snuck in a 5.83 in there. So being able to kind of shuffle around and get some distance on that last one that he caught gave him a 5.83. And Jack Jackson increases his score line with that 4.07. So here's Perot going left, change direction to the right, staying with the power on the wave, kind of staying out in front of it, just doing the longboarder thing, just staying with it, trying to get any kind of redirection he can, and that gave him a 5.83. So,
yeah, even though it was just a shift from front side to back side, that was a big direction change, which, of course, in the longer the board, you can actually see the degree of direction change easier than you can with a short board.
Right.
And longer board's not as easy to turn as well.
And they're given probably a little, on those little foot shuffles, they're adding a little bonus there. if he's moving up and down the board from the back to the middle to the front third of the board, that foot placement, that foot movement, it helps actually.
So, Jack, looks like you got a 4.07 for that previous cutback. This one doesn't look like it's going to be enough to get into.
That was a lot of work.
We got the vibes high on the beach.
Everybody hanging on the rock right there, watching the surf.
Such a beautiful vantage point right there. Wouldn't mind being down there myself. We're up here on top of the infrastructure. We got the big city, which is this Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championship, right up here on top of the main beach, making everything really accessible. And these guys are a good 1.5 kilometers down the beach, I would say.
Chee-hoo. Yeah, they're way down there, and they're real close to the pass, and we're hoping that we can get a little bit of a push on some of these waves. It's gotten slightly better from last heat to this heat, and it's, you know, when I say slightly, I mean very slightly. It's not, there's not a lot of push right there right now. The forecast actually says 2 to 3 foot. So it's saying that there's supposed to be more of a push than there is right now.
That's Lee Ferrier getting ready to go up for his heat. They'll be coming up next with our Pron Assist division, which is a rider that rides on the lying down position with the assist of a pusher and a catcher, someone to get them out through the waves, choose their waves, and then someone to receive them at the end of the ride. Yellow taking a paddle here. And it looks like Daniel Toomey on one of his better waves.
That's a good one for him.
Nice stretch there.
I'll be happy.
So we've had some interesting weather. Luckily, we've had rain almost every day, but it gets itself out of the way in the morning and then lightens up and really warms up through the midday. And
Chris Waker from High Fives Foundation with his aero board and his team, Iggy and Jeff Robertson. Beautiful board that High Fives had shaped for Chris. Chris was on a board for the first year of his surf career. It's probably 2 years, called Corky. Basically made a board out of cork and very buoyant. But Chris has advanced past Corky, and it's time for him to get on something real, something with some rails, something with some speed, something that can get him and carry him up and down the face of the wave. So that aero board gifted to him for being High Fives Athlete of the Year, Roy Tuscany and High Fives. Big supporters of the ASP.
yeah, and Pearson Aero surfboards have been around in the competition world for a long time. That's been Bob Pearson from Santa Cruz used to be the shaper of some of the top aerialists like Flea Verotsko, a couple of the guys in the aerial movement back in the day from Santa Cruz, as well as a lot of top longboarders. And so Pearson knows what he's, and then big wavers like Jay Moriarty, people like that. He's had experience in making all sorts of craft, not just stuck to, not a one-trick pony that just makes shortboards, but knowing how to make a functional board in any shape. So we've had Claudio being out there on one for a good 4 seasons. I think he's been on the same board.
Yep, and he won the Costa Rica Open Pro last year on that board. So definitely high performance craft coming from Pearson Aero.
Yeah, Claudio, unlike what we just saw Chris Wakey on, Claudio's on a single fin, similar board, but a single fin, while Wakey looks like he's on a twin. So we're starting to kind of advance the design, although Claudio, that that board is an outstretched piece of his body. It's just he's so locked into it that he's not going to throw out any changes. But we have a winner of our first visually impaired heat, partial vision impairment, Matt Formston. Matt, how you doing,
Benny,
brother?
how are you? Good, mate. How are you?
Great. So your board shrank since the last heat. Just kidding.
Yeah.
So
well, this has got different stickers on it, so you know.
I was
out in
gonna
the water
say,
with me. Harry was on this board.
I was pretty sure you threw a JS sticker on that mal that you chose, but having you guys,
I don't know how happy Jace would be about that.
Oh well, you know what? He'd rather see you out there getting waves than not getting waves at the morning.
Absolutely.
That high tide being up there in the corner over there looks a little bit sheltered from the energy at the moment. We noticed in one of your previous heats, you brought out the longboard and the shortboard as an option, and I was saying in your division, having the spotter out there, you can use the spotter also as a board caddy in a way where you can shift mid-heat should you want to do a change of equipment.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen
definitely a bonus.
Hadn't seen you riding a mal previously. Looks like you got some moves on there. You got some nice style.
Yeah, I love logging. It's pretty fun. Like summertime at home, I jump on the log. I think it's just good for just getting little tubes as well, little summertime tubes on the log. I love the longboard for a bit of fun. So.
In your previous heat, I noticed you rode something a little bit rounder, a little bit wider than I normally see you on. How did you feel the differences? And was that just to kind of get into the smaller energy?
Yeah, it was probably not the best choice of equipment, to be honest. Like this one here is a bit bigger. Like I probably should have been on this yesterday, but yeah, that other board's probably my next step up. It's a Flamefish. It's 5'8", which for me at 6 foot, it's sort of it's a good short small wave board. But yeah, it's got more foam than I normally ride as well. So it's just it's a good little small wave board. It's probably what I'll end up riding on Sunday, I think. But yeah, it just goes super fast. It's my pool board as well. It's the board that I normally ride in the wave pools.
Right on. Well, it's looking like a little wave pool out there at the moment. We're hoping that wave pool pumps up the settings. But what's the vibe? What's the vibes down there over in the corner nook over by Tomo's? We got you guys a couple kilometers away from us today.
Yeah. Look, mate, everyone's a bit like when we first got down here, we did a warm-up for about an hour, me and Harry, and I caught one wave. So, and it literally wasn't breaking. So it's getting better now. I think everyone's sort of just working out what equipment they're going to ride. It's definitely, a smaller day as far as what you'd really want for a comp. But there's definitely, there's waves. And I think if you pick the right equipment, you can get a score. So it's just about, I think today, picking the right equipment and waiting for the good ones as well. Especially, I think everyone today is trying to progress to get through to Sunday for the finals. So, it's just about making those right decisions with the equipment and the wave choices, which for me is obviously Harry, not me. But he got it done and we got it done. So through to Sunday.
Too good, mate. How's the sales with Surfing in the Dark book?
Oh, look, I think we've done 30,000 now, which is a lot. But I don't keep an eye on it too much because I don't actually make any money. I did it all for charity, so it's all done through Vision Australia. But yeah, I know, I've probably done 20 myself this week, traveling around with different customers when I'm doing keynote speeches and stuff. So it's on the Premier's reading list in all states of Australia now, and it's in most schools in Australia, which is pretty crazy considering I didn't think it was ever going to do anything.
Well, we appreciate your efforts of bringing the community to the mainstream, and bring it out in front of everyone. And I'll talk a little bit about the book as we get back to our live action. But thanks too much, mate.
Thanks, Benny. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Yeah, Matty. See ya. So, yeah, it's good to hear that there has been some improvements since the morning surf out there.
Yeah, just as I predicted, I think that when it empties out, it's not going to be so full right in that corner. It's going to hit the outer little bank right there coming in, and we should get a little bit more energy. And, the forecast is a lot different than what we predicted it was going to be.
Yeah, and just speaking about Matt Formston's book, he has produced the first children's book to provide both Braille and text in one book. Normally it would be in Braille for the visually impaired or text for us without a visual impairment. And so he broke records with being the first children's book to have both, and it also talks about surfing with a visual impairment, and with some fun stories to kind of get kids stoked on surfing and also get stoked on our community. So check that out, as we have Piero with the highest score at the moment, 5.83 from those previous waves. We're seeing an improvement in his score. It seemed like he started to lock into a better spot on the sandbar towards the end there.
A little bit farther up, I think.
He was able to get that redirection, and I think that's pretty much one of the stronger turns. Besides, Jack Jackson had that nice backside turn that we saw, but being able to redirect and keep the speed out of it, I think the judges are. That would explain the score that the judges have given on that one.
Sure, and in the previous heat, Matt did have that 6.17, so they're rewarding direction change. I don't think that we're going to see any kind of crazy excellent scores, but couple of direction changes and you're getting a 4 or a 5, and that's what you kind of really need to hold a mid-section number. You know, when I go out there, I'm carrying an 8 from the or a 7 from the first round. I'm just looking to replace a 3.67 with maybe a 4 or something if I can get into something. So as I'm watching the heats here, I'm kind of strategizing what I'm going to do. And there's Claudio's Pearson arrow that he's been winning on. That's Kevin Olenek on his team, and the incomparable Kyle Marty. And here goes Perot, switch stance attempt. A little bit on Kyle Marty. Kyle is a fireman in his real life, and he also does water rescue at Mavericks. So sometimes on the skis, when you're seeing people get held under for two waves, the person that comes in and digs them out is Kyle. Every once in a while, Kyle takes off on a big giant stacker. And here comes Jack Jackson trying to double step that one. But it's got a great team right there. Claudio Morales has a really good team from High Fives. He's been a High Fives athlete for 3 or 4 years going, and he's been representing well.
And it looks like we're coming to a close down there with that one. We'll see how these surfers have improved their situation in comparison to what scores they were holding going into the heat. And coming up next is going to be our first heat of the Pron Assist, one of my favorite divisions because I'm more involved with the equipment in that. And so we'll be doing some studying and seeing how our riders are doing out there in just a moment. We're gonna close this one down. You guys stick with us. The action's just getting hotter, and we'll see you guys in a second.
UDC started over 25 years ago, and it was always the purpose that people with a disability live a life that they truly love, and it's about making choices in their own life and having independence. UDC do things a bit differently. We believe in person-led approach. We don't believe that the person should be in the middle, surrounded and smothered by support. We believe that they should stand at the front of their support and lead their lives in their way. And I think that's what makes us a little bit different.
And welcome back to the Bright Sky Australia Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by Bright Sky and Forward Ability. This is Charles Chaka Webb. You just witnessed the partial vision division, and we are moving into the prone assist division, where in white we have Cliff Gralton, in red we have Claudio Morales, in yellow we have Lee Ferrier, and in blue we have Christopher Waker. So it looks like Cliff Gralton got on the board. Cliff Gralton got on the board with a 4.5 while we were gone. But here we are. The tide is dropping, and it is getting a little bit better from the morning conditions when it was very filled out. And Ben, it's looking a little bit better. We're getting some scores on the board. It looks like Cliff got this 4.5. Look at right here. Nice little right-hander coming in. Cliff getting a little climb right there, a little change of direction. And that's a lot different than what we were seeing earlier in the heats. It is filling out. Those little right-handers are starting to come around. You can see the tide's dropping. It's not nearly as high as it was before.
Yeah, it's definitely dropping and starting to stand up a bit more. The other thing is, as we were saying, the prone riding style, you don't pierce the surface. You don't put as much, you don't sink into the water as much. You're able to glide, and you have that lower center of gravity. So for these conditions, it's plenty contestable for them, and they're going to be able to, they're going to build up the speed where they are able to redirect and get some turns a lot easier than the standing position.
So in the foreground, you see the people in the white jerseys. Those are the water crew. Kind of in the background, out the back, you see a bunch of kayakers. That is just basically a tourist kayaker group that's just going out there, paddling out there. But you can see the colored jerseys of the pushers and the catchers. Here is
Lee Ferrier, live action. Some nice redirection there, reading the energy, and just looking for any little nook of power on the wave to keep that forward speed going, as we'll let the catcher catch up with him. And Christopher Waker finishing off a ride there. Looks like Claudio Morales, his team kept him out the back of that last one. They might have been thinking of giving a push.
But here comes Lee down the line with a little redirect. You can see, like we were talking about, those little rights are going to start coming around the corner. And when we say little, they're little, but they are starting to get a little bit more shape to them and a little bit more gut to them. So he was able to get a little redirect. We'll see what the judges liked about that. And it looks like Chris Waker got maybe a little one as well.
Yeah, I think we have a couple more scores to be popped in. We know that Lee definitely has. Christopher Waker also got a wave.
Claudio taking off on that one. Got a nice little redirect before it petered out on him, but he's going to get a decent little score on that. See Kyle chasing him down, body surfing into that one. Right here.
So Claudio takes that high line, turns it a bit there. That one bobbles out just a little bit at the end there, but he did get a little redirection, just as Chuck was saying. We'll see what the judges give him for that. Cliff Gralton, earlier we had that 4.50. Christopher Waker, 3.27. So we just caught the end of his wave. But Christopher Waker out in the prone assist. Surfed for 15 years before his injury, and he's been surfing in this prone position for 3 years post-injury. And his team, Iggy and Dawn, out there helping him out, getting into waves and also getting him back out into the lineup. And he's a former pro snowboarder turned coach, so he knows about competition in different fields, and now he's bringing it to the water.
Yep. Looked like Cliff Gralton got another little, what we would call a groveler back home. They score him a 1.67. That came through really fast. There wasn't much to it. Just not a lot of open face. Here it is right here. Just a quick in and out, not even a change of direction, just quick in and out.
Yeah, Cliff is a photographer and videographer. It captures all sorts of different sports. Been catching up with some really cool motocross shots, all sorts of things. He's got his hands in all different sports. And he was number 8 last year on your tour.
Yep, he was ranked 8th. He only did one event, so I think maybe he did the U.S. Open. I'd have to go look. But some of the other scores dropped. Lee Ferrier drops a 4.03. Claudio, for the slight change of direction, gets that 3.67. So as it falls right now, it's Cliff Galton with a two-wave score of a 6.17. Lee Ferrier, one-wave score of a 4.03. Claudio with a single-wave score of a 3.67. And Chris Waker with a single-wave score of a 3.27.
All right, well, Lee Ferrier definitely reading the energy, finding a great line on here. And you can see, you'll see a lot of the competitors in this category where as they're riding, their eyes are constantly scouring and scanning everything in front of them to look for any little transition, any little opportunity for an increase in speed. And, of course, with the speed, you get maneuvers and direction changes.
So here you go. Lee Ferrier dropping in. Staying on the face, open face, little redirect right there. He's going to get a decent score right there. Lee Ferrier drops a 4.0 for that nice little wave right there. That jumps him up, change the situation into first place with an 8.032 wave score.
Yeah, Lee, 10th in your tour last year. He also was the titles champion in 2022, Australian titles. Christopher Waker keeping it going. And looks like he's going to find a little reform connection here. I like he's getting his head forward, trying to get that glide and squeeze out a little more off that one.
That new aero board, he's super stoked on that little grind right there. Obviously, they're going to have to work. We're all going to have to work to catch some of these little waves. It's, the forecast says 2 to 3 foot. Obviously, it's filled in. Look at this one. On the open face, gets a nice push, stays in the power pocket right there of the whitewater, tries to find the juice right there, and it starts to reform. He leans forward. You can see he gives it a little wiggle. We're going to call that the Waker wiggle. Gives it the Waker wiggle and works his way onto the inside. So speaking of Christopher Waker dropping a 5.0 right there, just changing situation, Chris Waker moves right up into first place.
Yeah, that was definitely the line that you want to take, and if you're able to find those ones, that's the one that runs across that bar the best with the direction and the shape of the shoreline there. So they were in the right time, in the right place, and his pusher definitely reading and predicting that one really well. Claudio still outside. Looks like he might get himself into one at the moment. Here comes Claudio, live action. So, yeah, we do have that line, that little sandbar starting to pep up as Claudio is able to get a little redirect under the lip there, keeping with it, and that will be Claudio's best wave of the heat.
So Waker just replaced both of his scores from yesterday.
We're going to have a replay of that Claudio wave just now.
Yep. Claudio going right. Here's those rights filling in, and you can see he's giving it the wiggle. Oh, nice little snap right there up on the top of whatever you can get on top of. So he is trying to replace a 6.33 and a 5.0 from Wednesday, excuse me. And there's the legend, the man, the myth, Jesse Bullauer.
So Claudio got a 5.83 on that one.
There
so he has
go.
replaced one of his scores. There is Jesse. That's my collab design I'm so proud of.
It's the Jesse and Jesse team, Big Jess, Little Jess. And you can see that design, that wing thruster with the squash tail, the square squash.
So that's a Bob Hurley design, a program that Jesse's been using. We'll stick to the live action. Christopher Waker driving across this whitewash. Good speed here, and he's finding that inside connection. This is that lump where Claudio was hoping to connect to, and now we're seeing this is definitely one of the best waves of the heat as He's locked on. Excellent wave selection, great positioning.
Wow, I can't tell you how stoked I am for this guy.
Tomoki Fujiwara and his
from
team.
Japan. Chris Waker's been working real hard, and they reward him with a 6.60. Chris distancing himself, replacing both of his waves from Wednesday. That's going to help his case to move into the semis or into the finals up here. Just making the most of this, giving it the Waker wiggle, leaning into the power, making the most of that, getting this little reform, staying on top of it. You can see it starts to reform on the inside right here. Waker stays in front of it. It gets back to the open face right here, and he just leans forward and gets what he can out of it, and they reward him with the 6.60. Chris replacing all of his waves from Wednesday.
Yeah, I love the what we've seen in those last waves by Chris and by Claudio. That shows that tide draining out and letting the energy just be a little bit more defined across that point and really stretching these waves out for these guys.
And you can see as it's emptying out, the waves are starting to come through like we talked about. It's giving these surfers an opportunity to score more points. Even though it's very small, the judges are keeping their eye on every micro change of direction, every little spot where they can get up on the top third of the wave.
Yeah.
So
Trish peeking her head in, making sure we're all good in here. Everything is sweet at the moment. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. And we're going to see some more scores. Claudio has moved himself up in that second place position at the moment, replacing one of his scores from his previous highs, as Lee Ferrier was on this one, had to fade back, was predicting that it would stand up just a little bit. And you can see not quite the stretch of that wave that Chris was on, kind of an in-between set wave.
And it looks like the judges are rewarding the connection as well. If you could get on that connection and you can attach them and just get maybe one extra little change of direction right there, they're going to reward you. So we are seeing some 4s, some 5s, and some mid-6s. So kind of what we predicted. We weren't going to really see a bunch of excellent scores, but we are seeing some mid-range scores for as the tide's dropping out and they're getting more opportunities to be able to draw those lines, get a little bit more open face, and to bring it to the inside.
Yeah, we've seen just in our prior days, the tide change is so huge that every heat we have the lineup starting in a different spot. And so we can predict from heat to heat. We're going to see a lot of changes and hopefully a lot of improvements in the conditions. One thing we can put our money on is up in this little nook with this south wind. This little area is going to stay the glassiest of the whole beach.
And that's the reason for moving it up, as well as that where we were at Main Beach right now, if you look outside right now, it's totally blown out. There might be a little bit more push because it's out in the direction where the swell's coming from in the open bay. There might be a little bit more push, but wow, the wave is just more crumbly and just not very good. So we're willing to move it up here to Tomos, wait for the tide to drain out a little bit. As you can see, over the last couple of heats, it's went from really fat and full to some of these little waves having a little bit more push, starting to connect on the inside. Looking really fun.
All good.
And I'm kind of, I was thinking about, hey, it's going to be up around the bend. It's going to be kind of fat. It's going to be a little bit difficult. But if you work, you can find those little 4s and 5s, and those can better your score lines. I'm looking to stack on. Got a 7 from yesterday, which I'm really blessed. If you can come out of a round robin, the first round of it with a 7, I'm always stoked to have that. But I'm trying to replace a 3.67. I was like, it's going to be kind of tough. But it's filling out. As it empties out, the waves are filling in a little bit. It's getting a little bit more shape. So I'm thinking, you know what, Ben? There might be a 4 or 5 waiting for me out there, and maybe I can better my position.
Yeah, and everyone at home, remind you that in a couple heats, we're going to see Charles off to my left side. He's going to be right out there getting into it. So he's getting a bird's eye view from different angles of the lineup, figuring out where people are taking off. A bit of an unfair advantage, actually, on your heat. You've gotten to see where how many heats have we had?
I'm not
about
looking
12
for,
different people line up and what kind of scores they're
I'm
getting.
not looking for any unfair advantages. It's just doing my job here.
No, but with the especially with the ski and the upright divisions, it's going to be really crucial to be sitting in the right spot to get those, preferably try and get one of those Christopher Waker rights that stretch through. And you get on one of those, I think halfway through it, you'll already get rid of that 3.8.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I'm really looking forward to paddling out right now.
That wasn't me coaching Chukka here in the booth.
No, it's all good. My brother gives me my coaching calls every night before I go to bed. Tells me what he saw and what I can do better. So my brother James has been my surf coach for pretty much my whole career, from my first West Coast Championship where he was standing on the beach with my nieces to the last year at the Oceanside Pier at the U.S. Open when I got fortunate enough to make the final. Made the finals here last year, and I made the finals at the U.S. Open. The Costa Rica Pro in Hawaii didn't go so well for me. Got knocked out in the semifinals, so fortunate enough to be ranked third, tied with Roy Tuscany in that ranking for this year, or for last year. But looking to better that. Some of the top heads right here, and there's Bailey Vanderhoeven. Some of the top heads, Felipe and Guillaume and Chris Oberle, and some of the bigger names in the wave ski division. Unfortunately, not surfing this event. Fortunately for me and the other guys, it gives us a little bit of room to possibly win a championship here. It looks like we're going to be battling it out up here around the corner on Sunday. So.
Would have been fun to have Roy here battling it out with you.
Hey,
More
man.
fun for me than you, but
yeah, me and Roy.
We're looking forward to seeing Elena and Gunnar run around the beach. As we have Cliff Geralton, nice cut back there, sticks with this energy, and
Claudio behind him.
We're starting to see a little bit of bump on the face.
Claudio with a nice little change of direction right there, coming back to it, staying in the power. Another little cut back. He leans up. You can see him scoot up a little bit to stay in the power. Look at Claudio just riding this one for all it's worth, keeps wagging it back and forth, and we're calling him the chillin' Chilean villain. That's Claudio Morales, the chillin' Chilean villain, making the most of that one. I think he's looking to better a 6.33 at this point. He dropped that lower score that he had with that 5.83, so if he can drop that and get a higher score, that would be great. But the chillin' Chilean villain, Claudio Morales, making the most of that one.
His read of that wave was just fantastic, finding every little nook and cranny, and you could see, just as you were saying, pulling his weight forward and over the nose to increase the speed and connect the dots through that wave. So the judges are having a little think about that one, as I'm going to pick apart. Well, this is Cliff Geralton. This is the previous one. Just this cutback, and then this thing slows down. And what I was mentioning is we're starting to see that little bit of texture out there.
Right.
So as they get really far out, here's that one of Claudio. Look at this.
Nice.
Nice redirection. That was a big sweeping turn there. Went over someone's head right there. And then this is where you can see he scoots his head up, gets up on that front third of the board to accelerate. And you can really appreciate the speed from this drone angle. So I think we'll have a score from the judges in just a moment. There's the beach angle again.
Claudio Morales, the chillin' Chilean villain, doing some change of directions. Two really nice change of directions on this wave. Didn't have a lot of juice to it, but he makes the most out of it. He's leaning. You can see him just doing that waggle back and forth. The chillin' Chilean villain, stoked on that one. You see the big smile that he's got right there. We're still waiting for the score line to come through. They're really thinking about this one. They're comparing it to Chris Waker's 6.6. That's the difference between the judging panel here and other places. They're going over some review right now. They're definitely doing a replay. They're definitely looking at it. They're saying this is his 6.60. Let's look at that versus Claudio's own 5.83 and Waker's 6.60, and we're still waiting for a score to drop on that.
So one thing that I would compare right off the bat is Chris's wave had a lot more flow. He didn't have to readjust himself, so it was better wave selection. It stretched a little bit longer. But as far as Claudio's read and those nice sweeping direction changes, that's going to be the other changing factor. So
yeah, I think Claudio got
judges have a lot to chew on
yeah,
that
I
one.
think he got a little bit more open face turn on that. And here goes Waker looking at this one. Chris dropping in on the right, trying to redirect back. These arrow boards are really working for the boys right now. I don't think that that's going to factor into a 6.6 or a 5.0. Waker did replace both of his scores from round one in the round robin, so he's looking at this 11.6 to try to get him into the final, and that's going to be his overall score right now because he's not dragging anything with him.
So Cliff, you can see he's gotten dragged way down the beach. That is where our competitors are, where you see those whitewash lines and all of those heads. So must have gotten one that really kind of pushed him out of that shelter of that nook and got him into the drift.
We are looking still waiting for that Claudio wave to drop. Judges haven't dropped anything on that. That last wave of Lee Ferrier was a 4.23. Still waiting for one for Claudio, that really nice long one.
So lots of crew on the beach. You can see things warming up down there a little bit. And as cloudy as it is when you're watching around the world, it is nice and warm out right now. We're all in shorts and T-shirts. A little damp drying off from the morning rain. Are you seeing anything spinning next to Claudio? Are they having a good thing?
No, I don't know what's going on. They might. If they missed that, I would be. I would not be stoked if I was Claudio. They're taking their time for this one. It looks like, still waiting for that third score to drop for Claudio. It was probably the best wave of the heat, and I'm not seeing a score drop from it yet.
We're down to 10 seconds. Any of these riders have a chance for one more shove in to give them an extra opportunity. And there is the horn. That is going to shut it down, and things will sit the way they are for the moment.
Come back.
So we're gonna see what happens here as those scores get worked on. We have heard the horn for the next heat to start. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to get back for more action as we move into the second heat of this Pron Assist division in just a moment.
Yeah, Claudio with the 6.27. So that does flip the heat for Claudio. As we were going away from break, that score came in. Judges took a long look at it between the 6.60 for Christopher Waker and Claudio's wave. It does flip the heat for him.
All right, well, sending you out on a good note there. I saw you biting your nails with your eyes glued to the live heats. And I'm going to welcome Britt Nichols into the booth for our next couple. So come back. We're going to have a new guest host here, and we'll get back to you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
All right, welcome back, friends. This is the Bright Sky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. Then we have the winner of that last heat. His score, Claudio Morales, living in Santa Cruz, California, originally from Chile. Just replaced, I believe, his second highest score. So he's looking good going into the next round. We'll hear a few words from him in just a moment. This is Benway in the booth, joined by Britt Nichols. We're happy to have you here.
Good morning. It's good to be here.
Yeah, I met Britt just a few years back as she was a coach for Team Irukanjis in Pismo Beach up in Central California for one of our ISA World Championships. And now it's fun to have you on this other side. Former competitor as yourself, and you also spent some time living here in Byron back in the day.
I did. I only moved back a little bit further north from Byron about a year ago. So, spent a fair bit of time here in Byron. Beautiful part of the world. Plenty of things to do. And, well, at least it's not raining right now, Ben.
Yeah, we've been getting just a little sprinkle on the trip down here in the mornings, and then it blows away, warms up a bunch. And we had a little bit of a threat at the end of our competition day yesterday as we saw a big black cloud kind of move in. And it cleared us. Let everyone go home and dry, luckily. But got a lot of action out there. Looks like we're just finishing a ride from Jack Curfey, Agent Chaos. My nickname used to be Lemmy. He used to have these big Motorhead chops on the side. He's big. You're probably too young to remember the band called Motorhead.
Oh, I've heard of them. I'm
But
borderline.
The lead singer, Lemmy, was famous for his big sideburn chops. And when I first met Curfey in Pismo, he was sporting that same look. So he'll be Lemmy forever. Tomoki Fujiwara got a couple nice scores as we watched Jesse Billauer connecting through on this one. So Jesse has a 5.83. And I've gotten way too excited throughout the competition, but Jesse happens to be on a board that I've collab designed with his shaper Bob Hurley, and the designer of the shape was Bob Hurley. The shaper of that board was Roger Baltiera, but we mixed a bunch of features that I've kind of worked on in the Pron world into that board, and it's been working great. Super excited about that. But Tomoki, our Japanese surfer, has always been very, very strong in this category. And one of our world champions, Jose Martinez, who won last year, he calls him the silent killer because he's just so calm on the wave. Here we go. That is Agent Chaos. So as we move along, I'll have you call in the replays as we get them, but that's the first time to see that wave, so we'll just call that one. Nice direction changes, and still some tricky conditions out there. You had said you'd gone down and taken a look. In the early heats, it looked like the water was so deep that when Matt Formston and then the visually impaired guys were out there, it's really hard to get a wave, and all of a sudden it's just starting to kind of hit that bank. This is Tomoki Fujiwara, our Japanese competitor, and he is so good at controlling his equipment with very subtle head movements. Of course, a lot of these surfers have limited mobility.
Excellent scoring ride there for the surfer in white.
Yeah, and he's so good at reading the waves. That's why he's so calm on the wave. You don't notice how much is really going on until you watch the direction of the board. And so you, being a former coach for these athletes, what is the difference? I mean, I'm sure you've traveled with teams around and you've done your own travel around as a competitor, but you really get to see firsthand all of the daily challenges of these athletes, from logistics, from moving from the airport, getting them in hotels, and having accessibility, as we have Jesse Billauer. We're just seeing this one. This is his first wave. Nice sweeping turn there, reading the energy. Jesse, of course, being a former pro surfer pre-injury, and he has been probably one of the biggest people to thank for bringing this adaptive world into the mainstream with all of his connection of pro friends like Rob Machado and Kelly Slater and many of those, many of the other famous pro surfers in the world, showing that there is this different type of wave riding since the beginning. And his foundation, Stoke for Life in California, offers clinics and events for people to try it out. Looks like he's on another one already, zipping across that outside section, able to connect a really, really flat zone right there, and somehow keeping his glide, reading that energy with some nice direction change there, looking really solid. But you know a fair bit of these competitors now. You know everyone out here on the scene. I know you do some you do quite a bit of work with these competitions. But how special is this one?
Oh, look, it's something that when I was involved a couple of years back, as I watched the replay here, this is the surfer in yellow, locked in a 7. Such a good way to start this heat.
Yeah,
so a bit of a change of direction there.
Bailey Vandenhoeven, really nice sweeping turn there, and hooks it right there. And what could have been a little trouble spot with the bottom dropping out, he cleared it with that nose rocker and was able to keep sweeping and keep himself upright on the board. I really like that ride.
Yeah, they do so well to just transition their body movements, particularly with their upper body. But yeah, a couple of years ago, I became involved. And yeah, just events like this, I haven't really seen a spirit like it. Like it's just something different, completely different to what the other events are like.
All right, so we've got someone special down on the beach. Claudio Morales sneaking in a really nice score after the buzzer of that one. Claudio, how are you doing, bud?
Pretty stoked after that one, Ben.
I bet you are. The judges took a good chew on that ride. We had Chukka sitting over here just glued to the live heats, waiting for that last score to come in. We knew it was a good one. We could see some really nice direction changes. First question, I guess, would be, as we started the heat and we ended the heat, there was such a shift in tide that it seemed like it really improved on the back half there.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we were looking at before paddling out, and we're trying to kind of see where it was lining up, and we saw that a few of them would hit that kind of inside bar and just would line up all the way towards the inside. And yeah, since they were taking into account length of ride, we kind of try to go for those, and with a bit of luck, yeah, it's making it snug into a couple.
Yeah, you kind of have like some inside Steamer Lane Cowles little stretch here. So you and Chris Waker out on the Bob Pearson boards. Looks like he had some great equipment. I noticed that Chris Waker's riding a twin fin, similar design, but he's riding it in a twin fin. Have you tried his board at all?
I have not tried it yet, but that's one of the first things I told him when we got to Australia is, I am taking your board out for a ride one of these days. And he's absolutely, he's definitely in it too. So he definitely wants, we all love sharing equipment with each other. So yeah, excited to try out his board.
Yeah, you can always throw some twin fins in your existing board if you end up liking it a lot. Or he might throw a fin box.
That's what I'm thinking.
He might throw a single fin in his board. Well,
yeah,
I'm sure you got...
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let you go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
So
saying, yeah, playing with the fin setup, having maybe like a 2+1 in there. So, yeah, that's the fun thing about adaptive surfing is that there's nothing that's kind of set at this point for its ability. So it's all just endless possibilities at this point and just playing around and getting creative.
So cool. Before I let you go, I know when you're on the world competitions, you're competing for Team Chile. So if you have any buddies at home that are supporting you, si quiere decir unas palabras en español a ellos.
Claro. Bueno, nada, solamente mandarle un abrazo grande a toda mi familia, a mi mamá, mi papá, a toda mi familia que está en Estados Unidos y que está en Chile también, y a todos mis amigos, a todo el Team Chile, los que no pudieron viajar, y yo sé que están allá apoyándome a lo lejos. Así que, nada, aquí feliz de estar representando a Chile nomás y queremos dejar Chile en lo más alto. Así que vamos a seguir dándole y ahora feliz de estar en la final nomás, porque se viene bueno, el pronóstico dice que va a estar bueno para el domingo, así que eso es lo que más queremos, surfear buenas olas en la final y nada, disfrutar y dejar a Chile en lo más alto.
Perfect, brother. Thank you so much. I'll get them back on what you said in Spanish in just a moment. As we saw, Tomoki, the silent killer, just got a wave. We're going to call out his replay. I'm going to let you go, Claudio. All right, so I think we clipped him off. At the end, he was saying thanks to his family, all his friends, and then he was also saying that the conditions, as far as the forecast, looks like it's going to be really good for Sunday, so he's super charged up for that one. But, yeah, we saw a wave by Jack Curfey during the interview, and we just saw the end of a really nice one by Tomoki. And so we've got some... we got way more movement out in the ocean, and we haven't seen back-to-back-to-back rides like this in our earlier heats. You want to call this replay?
Yeah, it really is starting to pulse again as we watch this one. He links it all the way through, really using his upper body, carving around, changing direction there before straightening out. You can see the head movement there. He's really trying to keep his board moving and flowing to get over to that next section. Not able to make it through the gap, but still a good scoring ride there for the surfer in blue.
Yeah, kind of a heavy metal head whip as well, because that guy's a heavy rocker. I'm sure he was stoked on that turn. Tomoki with a nice punch up on top of the lip line. One of the first really critical maneuvers that we've seen in this heat, as he just calmly keeps his positioning, keeps up over the nose to get in. He's notorious for finding the end of the ride and sneaking in one more in the shore break. He usually blasts right past his catcher, and then at times in California, they've had to take off their swim fins and chase him down the beach because he ends up way past where they think. And we have live action Jesse Billauer. Nice redirect here. Reading this one. Nice speedy wall to deal with here. And he's going to keep that weight forward, make this connection. Gets a nice tap on the section there. And a lot more opportunity, a lot more scoring potential on these last few waves that we've seen in these last heats. So, yeah, I was kind of biting my nails on what the conditions were going to do. There's JJ. He's working as his catcher today. He's got Jesse out there pushing. Adam Land, the water safety, just to the left of them. But I haven't spent much time in the past. Last year, we had some of our final days where it was pumping. It was completely different conditions, huge sweeping current. And today, I mean, it really looked like it was asleep at the high tide. And everyone who knows it better than I do knew that as the tide had drawn out, it would be forced to kind of work its way over where we see that sort of whitewash triangle there. Is that pretty standard for up in that corner? Even with a lack of swell, the lower tide, is it just that pronounced, the sandbar, that it makes it break?
Not all the time, but I mean, it is pretty consistent in doing that. In saying that, we did have a pretty wild weather event here the other week. We actually had a cyclone come through, and a lot of that changed the banks. It took a lot of sand out to sea. Whether or not it started to push a bit of sand back in, but with this bank in particular, it felt like this morning there was a really big deep hole, and a lot of people were questioning whether or not it was actually going to break today. And this morning was pretty much dead high tide when they were looking to start the event, and trusted the contest director, trusted Mono's input, and they made the right call. It has started to break with this outgoing tide, and competitors are really starting to make the most of it. This morning, I feel like one of the biggest things with competitors is not only the consistency in the lines coming through now. Obviously, it's still small, but the changes in the boards. A lot of them look to be going back to their usual pieces of equipment rather than potentially surfing the big boards and, maybe more of a mid-length.
Yeah, one cool thing, at least with this division, is that all of these guys have very specialized equipment that's customized to each and every one of them. So these, especially in this classification, they don't really have too many options that they'd switch up on. It's basically that one board needs to cover any type of conditions with the option of maybe changing some fins around, doing some other things to increase or decrease the stability of the board. But we saw Formston and then the visually impaired guys grabbing longboards from who knows where, and possibly some of their first sessions on longboards. I know our Chilean surfer Nicolas out there looked like it was just kind of feeling out what riding a longboard is like mid-heat in competition.
100%. They were definitely feeling out different pieces of equipment. We even had Pauline Mensa down there this morning. She had, I think, a bigger foamy and another board with a bit more volume, and she actually put it out there, offered it to competitors if they needed a bit more volume and length. She had 2 boards there that could be used, and yeah, it's so interesting, like going back to the pieces of equipment, particularly for divisions like this and that specialisation and not being able to transition to as many other options. I actually did see that firsthand when I was with the team over in Pismo a couple of years ago, and Jocelyn and a couple of other competitors, like I think Joss's wheelchair was impacted through travel. And things like that can happen with boards too. Somebody who has options to be able to jump on different boards or hire pieces of equipment in different parts of the world, they can adapt to that. Whereas a lot of these athletes, their equipment is so specialised, and if it gets damaged on a plane, it's really hard to kind of find people in the area that are willing to do repairs so quickly.
Yeah, and I know that some of the airlines and some of the logistics have a limited board length, which is very primitive these days, because we do have world champions. Let's watch Barry van den Hooven finishing another nice ride. 7.0. I'm pretty sure that will replace one of his previous scores. He was trying to get rid of that 2.83. We'll see what he gets on that one. We're going to take another quick look here. A lot more push off of the whitewash. You could see really getting some speed off the takeoff compared to the conditions earlier. So we're losing that fat face, which allows him to redirect with some decent speed there. And then that one just fizzles out in the deep spot. But, yeah, I know that a lot of different competition, stand-up paddle has very big boards that they need to move around. And sometimes the equipment just doesn't make it, and a lot of the airlines just aren't prepared to deal with surfing equipment. I know Qantas being one of our supporters of this. Hopefully we'll have some special deals for any of our adaptive surfers to travel and make things easier for their boards and for their wheelchairs, etc. I think most airlines are starting to kind of become a little more equipped to help our physically challenged friends. However, there are some airlines, I've heard some really nightmare stories of people just not knowing what to do and having no preparation. And it's with universal design, accessibility, all of these things, people really need to kind of get their heads out of the ground and make things easier for everyone.
Oh, for sure, 100%. We want to see these surfers surfing around the world. We want to see people with all types of abilities, whether it's surfing or another sport, be able to have the option and not have to worry about those potential logistics. So, yeah, I think it is starting to improve. But like you said, there's still areas for improvement to make everything accessible for people.
Another thing, since I met you up in Pismo Beach at one of our World Championships, have you noticed big jumps in the amount of and the performance of these athletes? I mean, I see every season, especially people like Jocelyn Neumuller, who are so in-depth with their equipment and constantly trying new things and knowing that there's more out there. But the type of riding, the level of riding that you're seeing now compared to a couple years ago is so great. For
sure, 100% agree. Like, back in I think it was 2022 that I did the head coaching role and management as well. But that year in particular, I think, was our year where we had the most representation of Australian athletes, which I think might have been 11 or 12 at the time. But I'm certain that number's grown since that year. So it's just getting bigger and bigger. And, like obviously our end goal with all events and especially representation from, a country is we want to have a full team. And if we can do that, obviously we're going to do better in events, but it's also giving people a platform to perform on and having that opportunity. And I think, that the talent pool has increased so much. And I know that in this country in particular, I know there's been quite a hunt to try and find athletes and get people involved, because I feel like a lot of it also comes down to communication and people knowing that they've got that option and have another pathway.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Chuck and I have spoken about. There was Bailey just giving a little nudge, not a lot. That won't make it into his big scores, but well, we have some live action. Jack Curfew, that was a big sweeping cutback, finding his way back into the pocket, knowing that it's going to steepen up on that shallow spot on the inside, and increasing his speed here, getting up over the nose, trying to keep that thing going. But we were speaking a little bit about NDIS here in Australia compared to our Social Security disability insurance in America, where we come from. It is horrible. I mean, we have very, very little support over in America, and it seems like this country has so many resources. We have, of course, our BrightSky Australia, which are providers of the insurance, as well as healthcare products that those people need. Yeah, I think for anyone who has a physical challenge over here or a disability, has a lot more resources and a lot more ways to have a good life than many other countries. And so that should strengthen the whole community. That also just shows, as we watch Jesse Billauer on a good one, we're going to get back to that note as he redirects here, reading this section, floats it up and over. That will be counting as a critical maneuver on top of the top third of the wave. Sticking with it, still finding that glide, reading this wave really well. It looks like he might even have another opportunity here as he's reformed it left on the inside, going even faster. And he's not done. He's going to get the finish. And the judges really watch how in control and how in balance you are at your finish to make sure that it is a cleanly finished ride. 9.33. Okay, so yeah, I was hoping my eyes weren't tricking me, but the judges definitely recognize the amount of maneuvers, the combination maneuvers, the flow, the speed, as well as great wave selection on that one. That is some exciting stuff. Tomoki just behind him, answering back. Silent Killer's on it as he finds his glide through here, throwing that head forward. That wasn't really one that really hit the bar, but he's so good at reading and staying connected to that energy. He got a little stretch on that one too. Man, that one went by really fast, a lot of action, and just as we see that tide draining out, things are getting a lot more fun to watch for us as we see these conditions pick up. We've got a lot more action coming up in just a moment. We're going to let you guys take a quick break, and don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more.
This 30-second holiday for your mind comes to you from Tiny Home 56 at Reflections Byron Bay. If you want a little more, you know where to find us.
Looking good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth. Kenneth's make your job easy.
All right, so there we have our winner of the last heat. Welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And that is Jesse Billauer. Just threw up the first excellent score of this division, a 9.33 for one of his last rides. And so this is Ben Way. I am joined by Britt Nichols here in the booth. And it has been a great morning where we have had a lot of action, and the action is increasing as we start to see the tide drop out and these waves are starting to really stretch.
It is. It's really starting to improve. We've got a little bit more consistency in the sets, and yeah, I feel like it's going to be a pretty good day of action here at Byron. And yeah, we had a lot of water on the bank this morning, really full. We had to put it on hold for a bit as we watched live vision there. That's the surfer in yellow, John Crampton, and up in red as well, Nashman Yariv Balulu. I'm not sure if I said that correctly.
Perfectly. I think it's Nachman, but yeah, he's definitely one of our champions of the standing division. He's one of the people to meet. He did have, I think, a year off of competition, the international competition, and he is hungry. So he's out here. He's gotten a regular foot asymmetrical board just for Byron, practicing for a board that benefits your riding on your front hand. As we have Jake Matthews. And Jake making some speed out of that little one there. So as we were saying earlier, and I'm going to let our producer Chris know that we've got his audio coming through our headsets, but Nachman up on top of that float. And yeah, these with these smaller conditions, it's a little bit harder, actually a lot harder, in this division, as they don't have full function over one of their lower limbs, which makes it hard enough, but they also, most of them ride pretty short equipment. And so using those short kind of performance shortboard sized boards in these tiny waves is already a challenge, whether you have, or you're completely able-bodied or if you have a limb impairment.
Yeah, they're doing phenomenal, particularly in these conditions, not just, you know, all the stories they bring and all the different abilities, but, you know, I feel like conditions like this, it's tricky. It is so tricky, and they're putting together excellent scores. Like that last heat had a 9.33, so the waves are definitely out there. But I'm so interested in the equipment choice you just talked about before. Like, deliberately chose a board that suits a little right-hander for Byron, and I think that is such a smart play from that competitor, knowing that this is what they were in for.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun these days because we've always had asymmetrical equipment. What asymmetrical, for our friends who don't know about board design, means one side is different than the other. And due to the body mechanics of a human, the way your knees, the way your ankles bend, you have more push on one side of the board than you do on the other. And that's always your front hand, where you're able to push your toes down. You don't have the same level of pressure on your heels. And so we have boards that turn better on your heel side and then also take advantage of the extra power that you have with your toe side to be able to make speed but also have a very easy turn. So more effort on the front half or the front side half, and less effort on the backhand half, which usually benefits you when you're always facing the wave. And on someone who has their right foot forward, it wouldn't be as much of a benefit because they would have to push even harder with their back to the wave. But someone in his case, where you have a wave that breaks from the right to the left, if you're looking at the screen mostly, if you're looking at the ocean, the person who's facing the wave is going to have a different style of approach. And we've got all these boards and little tricks and tunings that we can start to do. And someone who's really famous for touching on that and playing and tinkering with these asymmetrical designs is Bob McTavish. Definitely one of the most respected shapers in board design since the history of, since the longboards had come along and the whole revolution of making boards shorter. He's right up the street, and he had made a really cool asymmetrical board for Steph Gilmore, who brought down, and I think she did her first test session at our competition last year. But when you have a wave that goes one direction always, you can always go in and just tune up a board for going that one way and get some big advantages out of it.
Makes sense, particularly in waves like this. If you can, dial into that equipment, and it allows you to kind of conserve your energy as well. When you've got to work so hard, just generally, and then add conditions like this to the equation, dialing into that equipment, it's important on the best of days. But when it's like this, it's just crucial.
Yeah, I love how much we can see from the drone view that it has really gotten a little bit easier to find the good ones, get this speed. John's cramped and getting that nice glide across here. And while we saw our first heat of the day standing up on longboards and barely being able to get into it, the fact that Jake Matthews can get some speed and actually get a little force, little bang off of the lip there, shows that there's a lot more power in the waves. And as that tide bleeds out, the wave energy is going to be breaking on more shallow water and hopefully standing up a bit more than this even. But this is for the length of board, that was not easy there to even get into.
It actually looks like quite a small board that he's on, a surfer in white, and he did
Jake's
so well.
Big dude.
Put it up and over. And maybe it's just him making the board look small as we watch the surfer in red trying to scratch into this one, opting not to take off. Smart decision there from Knackman.
So one thing that we do that we don't know is the priority situation out there. We don't know who's got the pick of the pack. Had Balulu Red had the first priority, it looked like he did show a little bit of intent to go in that wave, so he might have lost that priority. The priority system basically gives one of the surfers in the water the first choice, depending on the order that they caught waves. And if there's four riders or 3 riders out there and a good wave comes, it's clearly one rider's choice it's that rider's wave, whoever's holding that first priority. But if you paddle with a high priority and you lose that, you go to the back of the train there and pass it on to the next priority. So we've touched on that just a bit with Chuck Up and how that can be crucial to keep whoever's not going to advance when you're in elimination heat, keep them down where they're at and not move into your advancing position, or also use it to pick off the best wave and get a requirement that you're needing to advance.
It can either work for you or against you. As we watch this one, linking this one through, carving into the pocket, trying to maintain his momentum. He's already locked in a 4.43. Will it improve on the 1.33? I have a feeling it might, but I'm not in the judge's booth.
Yeah, that was not easy to keep speed on. There's a very, very small wave there. But here you have a little more open face than we saw previously with Jake Matthews. A little softer. The fact that he was able to redirect there and keep going is amazing. Looks like a real low rocker on that board, which will help it glide on top of the water. A little bit easier than perhaps what Jake Matthews is riding, which is a little more rockered up, a lot more curve in it, which requires a little bit more wave power to keep it going. All of these guys, impairment aside, these are not easy waves to ride, and the fact that they're able to create maneuvers and create speed. Look at John Crampton driving across that section and making that connection to the next section there. Great body positioning and great line on the wave.
He made these conditions look good. It made me want to paddle out almost there, Ben, as we watch the replay. Up to his feet, nice and quick, and just putting his weight forward. He really just kept his board flowing along the wave there. He wasn't bouncing too much. You could see a little bit of a bounce there before he kind of got hung up on top, but you could see at the start of the wave he was kind of just weaving rather than a bounce and just really kept that momentum. I think that might have been a 4.37 potentially, unless that's his previous one. But, yeah, good read on that wave there.
Yes.
Good wave selection.
Yeah, and it's really fun. It's amazing with the level of production that's been brought to us by Surfing Australia with the drone views, various angles on the same wave. You have a different way to appreciate the riding, and also you can kind of pick apart the maneuvers by seeing it from different angles.
It's one of those things too, I feel like, you see things from different angles and you're like, oh, it looks so nice when it's on the drone shot, and then you see the front angle and then, oh, the conditions look a little bit different, and then you walk down the beach and it looks different again. So it's pretty cool to see those different dynamics in play. And I think these conditions are just going to continue to improve. Like we were talking about this morning, there's a lot of water on the bank, got put on hold for a little bit. They made the right call to run with it today. And I feel like the competitors are in for a good day of action here. And well, we've got plenty of spectators down the beach. Good to see that support. And the rain's held off.
Rain's held off and the wind is really behaving. We're kind of can peek out of our booth here. The leaves on the trees aren't moving too much. So even down here where it was quite a bit windier in the morning, they're up in that nook, nice and sheltered from that wind, keeping those conditions nice and glassy. That was Sarah Gibson's husband, Brett Gibbo, who Sarah Gibson also qualified in the Australian titles in her division. Now we're seeing some scores work through. John Crampton started with a 6.17. Very high score considering the conditions at the moment. 4.37 is back up. I'm not staying glued to the live heats as much as Chaka does. So he's been kind of watching on who's been improving on their score lines. I don't have that intel. I haven't had the screen in front of me. But all of these guys are basically trying to go into their next round with the highest scores possible. You can see the lineup up on top, up at the pass. We've got our free surfers doubling by the second. And so everyone in town is up in that little nook as John Crampton driving it across this one. Turns it, keeping with the energy. Just knowing when to pump and when to stay still. Just like as you're saying, kind of feathering it and then putting the stomp on as the wave stands up. That was an amazing connection through that section. So well read on that wave, and he's not stopping. So what a good read on that wave.
His wave selection has been on point this entire heat so far with 10 minutes remaining. But that wave in general was just, I feel like that was one of the best waves of the heat. He linked this one all the way through as we cut to the replay, takes off. See what we were talking about there, that weave. Almost lost it there, managed to gain his recomposure and link this one all the way through. This is I feel like the benefit of the way the tide is at the moment. These competitors are able to take off out the back and they're still getting that inside connection. So I feel like as the tide starts to run out, this inside section will be harder to manage.
Yeah, that might disappear altogether with the lower tide. But it was amazing as you saw the line that he was taking on the wave. That whitewash triangle behind him just followed completely in that same line. It just shows how defined that is. We got a lot of support. We have local support today. That's my buddy Yuka with the flag in front. She runs the Japanese kitchen right down the street here. And I think that's Minami on the left who works at Patagonia. So Japanese buddies who have moved here to Byron, and they love the living.
And why wouldn't you? What a place to be. It is certainly a lifestyle.
It is amazing. And so we have pretty balanced scoreline between John and Nachman at the moment. Jake is definitely knowing that he wants to kind of get one of the bigger, more powerful waves, definitely due to his equipment and his own size. And so he's been staying a little bit more patient out there, making sure that he's not wasting any energy taking off something that's not going to have scoring potential. The other thing is we also, at the moment, I'm kind of unaware of what they're looking to replace. So he might be, I'm not asking you to go on live.
No, I went on there before and I was like, we went to look for you and I'm like, I actually don't know how to get to that part of the screen. So
no,
you gotta figure it out, go for it.
No, I'm not gonna. That's Chaka's job. You navigate through heats and look for their scores and such. I'm keeping my eyes on the action. I'm glued to the screen. Whatever I see on there is going to keep me entertained. But these surfers are trying to improve their situation. And if they have two good scores, they really don't. They're not too worried. But as we have the rest of the field kind of pushing up their game and bumping up their score line, that's going to determine what they'll need. As we have Richard Julian He is he's basically the mono of Hawaii. Chaka's the mono of California, but he arranges the Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championships, and he's going to be out there. RJ is going to be competing on a wave ski along with Chaka, who's been in the booth most of this webcast. Just behind him, we saw Spike Kane from England, and so we've got some of the living legends of the sport going out there to battle it out. Nachman getting some nice speed there, getting some degree of turn, and wow, just really milking it. Of course, in Israel, they don't have a lot of surf, and when they do, it's not pumping surf. So going to give him a lot of small wave experience, and used to probably having to sniff out energy where you almost can't see it, just like our Japanese buddies as well. Japan is known for getting good surf only during the typhoons. But here we go. We'll watch Red. You want to call this one?
Yeah, up to his feet. Lining up this section, drives into the pocket, and he manages to get another one here. You could just see that drive through the back foot. Nice and stylish there towards the end before he kicked out.
Yeah, one thing to be said about these lower limb impairment surfers is depending if you have the prosthetic on your front or your back leg, there's a big difference on the mechanics of getting up to your feet. And we know that having the prosthetic on your front, you don't have that bend of your ankles and your knees to where you can clear that front foot to get it into position. So we'll see a lot of the surfers who have the prosthetic on their back leg are able to get to their feet quicker than the ones with their front leg.
Totally makes sense. They don't have to step through with it. As we watch Surfer in Yellow is looking for another wave. Another bomb. Can he get around the section? Nice drive through the body mechanics there. And just straightening out there, the surfer in yellow, John Crampton. He's already locked in a 6.17 and a 5.67. Not sure that's going to improve on his score at the moment, but great read on that wave. And like I said, wave selection, it is crucial.
Wave selection, it also looks like he's kind of got maybe like a 7-footish kind of mid-length board there. Seems like it's locking in perfect to these conditions, keeping this speed. He's got that speedier takeoff, but he doesn't have the inhibition. He doesn't have the length of board getting in his way is what I'm trying to say, that he would off of a longboard. Oh, man, I don't speak English all that much. Just came off 3 weeks of speaking Japanese only.
Oh, you spoke Spanish pretty well earlier, you know.
But the fact that he's got that little extra paddle from that design with a little bit more float, just a hair more length, but he's also able to hook those turns as well. It seems like he's got probably some of the best equipment for the conditions in this particular heat, at least.
Yeah, I think too. Like I feel like he's found that happy medium with his equipment. As we watch the surfer in white, Jake Matthews up and riding. He's been a little quieter in this heat. A lot of extension through the body, carving back in the pocket, getting nice and low now as he looks to get the last section. Not able to ride out of it, but he'll lock a score in on the board with just under 4 minutes on the clock. He is back in the game.
Yeah, what I noticed is Jake's actually on something round 2. You can see he's on a little bit more board than normal, and which enabled him to get into that one. You saw him and Red paddling at the same time. Red dipped out, so that's telling me that White was sitting out there with the first priority, and so he pulled the trigger on what he thought was going to be a pretty good ride. We'll see a score. We'll see what the judges think of that one. He was able to get 2 redirects there. Not as much length of ride, but he was able to get a maneuver on that one. So 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And we have people buzzing up and down the beach, bringing our competitors back and forth between the competitor area and our main headquarters up here on top of the bluff.
A lot of logistics going on behind the scenes, and what a phenomenal job they have done in putting this together. It's a mammoth effort.
It's amazing. And just the infrastructure compared to last year's event, it seems like we've at least added another 30 to 40% of size on all of this this layout up here, where we've got a lot more room for the competitors. We didn't have a live booth. We were doing live and mixed beach commentary on the beach last year, as well as all the mats that we have for accessibility. It's amazing how the community and how all of our sponsors have jumped in to really grow the event.
And I think having people, actually I'll come back to that as we watch a surfer in white on screen, live action, turning into the pocket. I love the shift in his body weight and his footing. You can see the foot movement there. He's just trying to keep the board moving and onto that wave face. He got a little hung up at the end, but just to be able to see that and those little adjustments, they make such a big difference.
I like that as well. We'll point that out as looks like Nachman had gotten up, but Lulu, a little more speed on this one, a little more wall in front of him in the beginning of that ride. You can see just milking, gets a little redirect there. Making sure he keeps the board moving so he can show the judges that it is a finished maneuver, as we'll see Jake spin it around. And yes, finally, Jake locks on to a pretty decent wave here. Good speed. Does the shift back to the tail, as you were saying, to get control over that turn. Gets it back up. And I love this little bit right here where he's actually getting up on the toes of his prosthetic foot in the back. And that's the same positioning that an able-bodied surfer would also do, as you're wanting to shift all of your weight up on top of your front foot. You're really kind of pushing with your toes, and so pushing with the toes of that rubber surf foot connected to the prosthetic was very, very cool.
Could only imagine how difficult that would be. They're making it look easy.
And the thing that we still, that I don't even think about, and I wasn't thinking about while watching, is you can't feel those toes flexing over there, which is just nuts. And so that has so much to be said about the technology of the prosthetics, as well as all of the developments with the different types of devices to keep contact with the board, being rubber surf foots like we saw with Jake Matthews. Nachman Balulu has like a carbon fiber paddle with traction on the bottom of it. And I think as far as keeping the weight down, also having to be waterproof and rust resistant, they only have so many options.
On another absolute bomb here, John Crampton. Not able to get that inside connection, but, well, he's sitting in first place, and that's the end of that heat. So
he's been the busiest.
2 good scores.
He has gotten his hands on tons of waves, and all 3 of them were able to walk out with some pretty decent scores. So they're going to be happy with that one. We will be back in just a moment with another heat, and we're going to let you guys take a quick break, drink some water, and be back with us in just a moment as we're going to have more action. All right, welcome back. We are happy to have you with us. We have just finished our first below knee stand division of that last heat, and I believe we have one more coming up. But this is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. We're here in beautiful Byron Bay, and you're looking out at live action at the pass, which is the far right side of our beach, the south side of this beautiful beach, as we're sending out some competitors at the moment. Kenjiro Ito, Shawnee Whitaker, and Lori Phipps for our below knee standing heat in just a moment. We had just seen some great rides previously pre-break. As we can see, Jesse Billauer's dad and a couple people cruising down, getting transported up. I am Ben Way, and we are here with Britt. We're here with Britt Nichols, and we're very happy to have a new guest here joining to the action. And we've had an amazing previous days of competition here at this beautiful event. We've moved all of the competitors down from out front where they were here at the main beach. We're just nooked up on top of the main beach here, and all of our competitors are way down a little off-road vehicles ride from here at the top of the point. Not quite to the top of the point, which is the pass, but just in from that, which is Tomo's Rock. And quite different conditions this morning, and we've seen things really shape up as that tide's moved out. We're also kind of seeing that our field of competitors are getting a little more nudged up in the corner there than earlier, and so things might get a little bit more challenging now that they're kind of starting up in a whole new zone. Any of the competitors that were sort of monitoring the earlier heats are going to have to come up with a new strategy, new positioning with this new tide.
I think too, like a lot of these competitors, I feel like they're pretty savvy with the ocean, and they would have known that the tide was going to turn. And yeah, if they're clued in, I feel like they would have realised that this bank was going to change. You'd have to move out further. There's going to be less water on the bank. Might get a few more little runners as they work their way through, get a little bit more shallow. But yeah, they've definitely pushed further south towards the pass, and on screen there, plenty of free surfers. Yeah, which I haven't even surfed the pass yet. And last year and this year, with a couple of the practice surfs, everyone has said how many people you share each wave with up at the pass. And so we got some, I guess that's kind of the newcomer's nook as well, possibly. So people just kind of learning the ropes and figuring out how things go. And there we have Chris Astle. He started the Australian Parasurfing Adaptive Board Riders Club, and he's been to thank for all of our pre-event activities, from urban surf, wave pool sessions. They did wake surfing in the bay in Sydney. They did indoor and outdoor skydiving, and so he's pulled it all out. He's just laid out a great buffet of activities for everyone to munch on before the event. Just adding to their experience here in beautiful Australia. We love it. Well, I certainly love it because it's home for me, and yeah, every time I've travelled around the world in different places, I always come back home and appreciate it that little bit more. You know, like I know there's so many beautiful places around the world, but I really do come home and I'm like, it just doesn't seem like there's any place like it.
It is so unique, and such a nice quality of life here. Everyone has a very healthy lifestyle. We got Red, looks like, opening it up. Kenjiro Ito, our Japanese competitor, I believe he's the champion, defending champion for last year's tour. And within the first 40 seconds of the heat, great heat management, making sure he just got right on something to stack that first score.
Yeah, we are back and underway, and it's continuing to improve. So we've got a surfer in yellow having a look. Lori Phipps up and riding on the backhand. Good wave selection here. Gets nice and low. Oh, a bit of a step through. That was impressive.
Yeah, she's got some really nice style. We started doing a little bit of cross stepping on some of her previous heats. She's the daughter of shaper Mark Phipps, and Mark Phipps is one of the main shapers for a lot of the competitors for Team France. I think she's half French, I'm not sure, but she represents Team France in our World Championships. And her brother, Jay Phipps, is also an active pro surfer. And so, big surfing family, and she's always has a really, really nice style. And, of course, she's got Dad to kind of build her the best equipment that she can get.
Yeah, it's an interesting play, having a dad that's the shaper, shaping equipment for other competitors and, trying to get that little extra edge yourself. But it's interesting. Earlier you asked me about, the kind of vibe and difference between these kinds of events. And back to one of the interviews we had earlier, there was a competitor talking about how they were sharing equipment with other competitors, and I just feel like it's a completely different scene. Like it's a real sense of community. Everybody gets around each other. They're all cheering each other on. They're happy to share their equipment. They're happy to help out. They're happy to kind of lend spotters or catches. I feel like there's that real sense of community, and that was one of the biggest things I noticed when I was at Pismo that year, that not only was it inspiring, but just the spirit. The spirit was just something else. Like, it was such a special thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and I see, I've been doing the surfing commentary for 16 years, and in the QSs, some of our world championships, some of the ISA comps, you have the competitors with headphones just in the zone, in their own little thing. They don't talk to anybody, and they're just zeroed in on the surf. And here, everyone is phones down, headphones off, eye contact, saying hi to everybody, making new friends, sharing knowledge of equipment or knowledge of stories, sharing contacts for other options for these surfers to travel and surf around the world. What a sweet jam snap under the lip on that one by Kenjiro Ito. So Kenjiro's been looking really strong, and in some of the previous heats I had mentioned that his early surfing, when we'd first seen him in competition, he was on kind of like a molded pop-out style board, designed by the shaper of Lost, but kind of boards that were designed more for kind of average surfers, a little easier to ride, real floaty, and of course not handmade, hand-glassed. And now he's on this high-performance looking carbon fiber epoxy construction, and it's really unleashing his ability for maneuvers and to really show what a good surfer he is. I think he was a little bit hung up with a design that kind of buffered his ability before.
For sure. I was going to say, he definitely didn't surf that one averaged. he look at the speed. Look at the speed generation that he just works his way through, puts it up over, throws a heap of spray, and then gets a little bonus section at the end there before kicking out. And yeah, like we were talking earlier, equipment plays such a big part. Like, it's our tool as a surfer. It's what's under our feet. And if we haven't got good boards or good equipment under our feet, it's really going to limit your surfing and play a big part. So to know that he's transitioned and, acknowledge the fact that the boards he were on, although, it's a good shaper and things like that, wasn't customized for him. And it was a different mold.
Yes.
And now that he's transitioned, you can see the difference in the lift in performance. He's really been able to break through that barrier, and it's not holding him back anymore.
Yeah, this is, as we see Lori getting beautiful glide. Her earlier heats, there's that nice footwork. She's got beautiful footwork. Not like a chunky shuffle. She really is elegant with her foot movement on the board. But in these divisions with the lower knee or the below knee and above knee impairment, it's going to be interesting to see if we can start actually developing. That was another one. Kenjiro Ito must have just like spun around on his way back out to try and get another one, and that's Lori's replay. But it'll be interesting to see if there are some advancements in technology to where we can not get them too far away from the equipment that they're used to, but possibly give some certain advantages to how the prosthetic locks into the board, different things to kind of feed and make things easier, make things a little more sensitive, considering that they only have one human body part usually in contact with the board.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, they can't feel it. They can't feel the prosthetic. They can't feel their feet or their toes. And, so much of surfing goes on feel, right? And to not be able to have that sense in one of your limbs, it just shows like how much they've been able to adapt and make it work. As we watch the surfer on screen there, just carving around in the pocket, getting nice and low. And can he get a nice turn in? A little tap to finish, but he's already locked in a 6.67. We'll see where that one goes. But yeah, just to see how they have adapted, you know. And I think if all of these competitors have learnt to surf on equipment that's not necessarily customized or built to, you know, allow them to kind of function at a high performance, surely the sport and their performance is only going to improve as that equipment becomes better for them.
Yeah, one thing as I was watching that huge carve, I think that one's going to possibly bump up his situation as we see Laurie on the backhand. Kind of up momentarily, little bit off balance, but yeah, big carve by Kenjiro. That was insane. But a lot of these different divisions, the individuals have come into our community and come into competition post injury, whereas a lot of these standing divisions, here we have Kenjiro motoring across that small section, making so much speed out of nothing there, and really holds the rail for a big carve. For even an average level surfer, that would have been the end of the line at the end of that turn, and he was able to really connect that speed, come out of that with control, and stamp the finish on it. And he is going nonstop. The guy must have had some strong coffee this morning. Well, what I was going to say is most of these surfers in this division surfed able-bodied, and they have a long history of surfing. So everything except for that one limb impairment, all of their body has that muscle memory of the movement and everything else. So it's a matter of finding a prosthetic that really works with the rest of their body, connects well with all of their movements, and transfers that energy into the board. But then the prone, I would say probably the prone assist is the biggest division where we have athletes who are new to surfing due to an injury or due to their physical condition. So we do have access to any type of riding, which is the amazing thing about this surfing community.
So you watch the replay here of Laurie in the yellow. A nice step to the front there. I love just how she crosses over with her lower limbs there with the legs. It's so impressive. You see a lot of I guess people on longboards where they just kind of shuffle forward, but to see her ability to be able to step through and do the crossover, it's impressive.
Yeah, that's definitely style rule number one for professional longboards, is they always want to see one foot going over the other, the cross step, as we have White getting a quick one there on the inside, sort of start a little bit farther in than everybody else. As we watch that shoreline disappear, it's really starting to kind of not inch out there. It's really starting to recede. I know in our previous days we've had a midday low tide of around 1:30 or 2, probably somewhere around there today. So we're going to see that go even farther out, which will definitely determine on where our competitors are able to line up and find the energy to get some scoring rides.
It's definitely been a noticeable difference in the conditions. Actually looks a lot cleaner now than what it was about an hour ago. I feel like there was a bit more of a puff on the wave surface, but it looks like it's glassed off a little bit. There's not too much wind when we look out the tent here, but yeah, the swell. It'd be interesting to see what happens with this bank, whether or not. I'm hoping we get some little inside runner, or not inside runners, but I'm hoping we get some like low tide runners where they've just got those little peelers. You can get those turns in, get a little bit more critical, and yeah, they'll probably get a little bit more length of ride as well, but won't have that inside section.
I'm seeing a pretty nice number next to Kenji Ito's name, 7.50 for that one carving, that wave with that big carve. And so I think he will be bumping up his previous numbers in this heat with a 7.50, 6.67. There's Lloyd. Beautiful, relaxed upper body. Just as you said, that nice cross-step style with a great, like, sweeping turn. And Shawnee Whitaker styling out over the front foot. Just trying to find some more energy on this one. redirects it. Always a fun, colorful character, Shawnee. And 13 and a half minutes, that's a lot of, as busy as they're staying, that's a lot of time for getting some more high-scoring rides.
So we watch the replay of the absolute Style Master past the surfer in red, just showing off there a little bit. And again, it looked like he was enjoying this wave and just kind of just fizzled out on him. It was nothing that he did. It was just, the wave just disappeared. As we also see the replay here for the surfer in yellow, Laurie really sticking with this one. Little change in direction there. She works back to the power source of the waves. A smart move there from the surfer in yellow. Getting nice and low, sticking with the whitewash and bouncing out of there.
Yeah, just the amount of board control that we're seeing with Laurie. I love how we saw her move over the back. There is RJ Richard Julian, one of the big dogs in the community, and that will be our sit or wave ski division classification moving out, where they use sort of what is a hybrid ocean kayak mixed with a high-performance surfboard. And one of my favorite to watch, one of the craziest looking craft on the beach. I love just the way they look like a wild elf shoe with these big rocker, and the fins are in the wrong place and everything.
Wrong place for you.
No, I mean, what would visually be the wrong place? I've actually stolen from their fin position and put them on my prone boards. But it's just everything looks so alien to their craft. I was recalling when I was a kid, my mom had taken me to Central California, went to this kind of tourist harbor where they had this random one of those beach shops, you know, for the tourists, and they had a wave ski up on the wall. And I remember telling my mom, I didn't even know what it was, and I go, Mom, I want one of those things, because it was just such a weird looking thing, and I'm still attracted to them, even though I've never been on one.
That was my next question. Have you ever tried one?
I can't believe I've never. It's good. It might be this trip. Kenjiro Ito just stomping across that speed, and what I really like about that, even though that wave won't be a high-scoring wave, is some surfers just really just hop the board. He's kind of doing a half hop, half pump, and just keeping that forward motion going without just violently slapping it on top of the water, as Laurie zipping across this one, just connecting with that point energy. I really liked her surfing in this heat.
Yeah, she's visually really pretty to watch on a wave. It's, you know, really just, it's like wave dancing, you know. Like, I find longboarding style and then shortboarding style, they're completely different visually to watch. It's so nice to see how, you know, she makes it look so calm and easy and effortless. Obviously it's not, but she makes it look that way. And she doesn't rush anything, takes her time, and just, you know, really makes the most of that wave. But her style as well, it really plays in her favor.
Yeah, for our friends who aren't really familiar with surfing and style, your arms are there to kind of keep your balance. And the fact that she's not whipping her arms around in the air to keep her balance, and she's got that nice relaxed upper body as we watch Shawnee motoring through that section.
Saw a lobster and went for it.
And but yeah, that whole calm upper body, and the fact that she doesn't lift her hands above her elbows very often is just the essence of beautiful style. We've been having a lot of fun here. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and trying to kind of figure out where they're seated at the moment. I think this might be sort of more of the middle of Tomo, between Tomos and the pass.
Yeah, I feel like it could be that way. I'm just trying to get an idea of, where he's standing.
Ah, so that's Laurie's dad. That's Mark Phipps, shaper overboard, getting out there knee deep in the action.
Got his phone, probably on live heats, keeping track of the scores, maybe filming a few waves.
Yeah, I think it was, I don't know if it was last year or the year before in our ISAs in California. Laurie had a kind of like a high 6-foot kind of fun shape that was painted like a watermelon, and it had the seeds and everything. It was one of my favorite boards ever, as we see Kenjiro Ito jamming across that one, comes out of a snap, gets a quick tap off the section into another snap, and he's not done yet. You see his head is way in front of his front foot, where he's just keeping that energy. He loves that one. You always can tell by the kick out and the body language. A competitive surfer usually knows when they've gotten a score that they needed, or they've gotten a good score, and you just feel that energy. And so that's where they're sitting. Okay. So we've definitely moved them up from where we started our visually impaired heats of the morning. But 8 minutes, and we're going to see what happens with that score for Kenjiro. I think those are still his previous scores, but that looked like, well, there we go, 8.83. Let's pick this one apart.
He took his time to take off, but he managed to get this one flying down the line. You can just see the speed generation there really working through that midline. Gets a hit off the top there, but this next section here, massive turn, throws a heap of spray, gets nice and low, really working his body to try and get this last little inside connection. A great read there from the surfer in red, and, well, he was happy with that one. And, well, why wouldn't you be? An 8.83. He's just improved his scoreline. I think he's got a 7.5 as a backup. You can't do much better than that.
Yeah, coming in here as AASP number 1. He's been the one to beat, and he looks like he's not about to hand that seat over to anybody. Not sure about the other scores in his division from the previous heats, but I think there's a good chance that he's holding some of the highest scores in that division at the moment. And is that him up again? So this is a funny thing that I'd touched on earlier on in the competition is I spent 12 years living in Japan. We have so many days where if you want to surf, you got to surf stuff like this. And we have different places around the world. That's Piero Gagliano on the left, just behind the competitor board. He's a surfer from France in the partial visual impairment, and a couple other buddies out on the beach there. But yeah, when you come from places that aren't known for great waves, you get a different skill set in creating energy that's not in the wave and knowing how to generate speed on waves with little to no guts. And that's what Kenji's really showing here between those turns, where anyone else in any other session around the world standing up would usually just kick out because they would consider the wave over. When you come from somewhere like Japan, like we're seeing here, just motoring across that, coming from Japan or the East Coast of America, you see a lot of the East Coasters. Kelly Slater comes from a place that has waves that aren't much better than this most of the time, and you need to train in horrible waves more than you just need to train in good waves. I think you'd agree.
That was definitely something that I was always taught with competitive surfing is anybody can surf good waves good, but it's the difference between being able to surf those not so good waves that makes the difference. And I feel like, yeah, it's such a benefit when competitors choose to surf a break there might be a better break 5 seconds down the road, but they're making the option to actually adapt to maybe not so great wave quality to try and improve their position when they've got to compete in conditions like this.
Also, outside of competition, if you have the skills to make a junkier way, to enjoy junkier surf, you get to move off of what's usually the most crowded peak on the beach and go sit by yourself somewhere until everyone thinks that it's good where you're at because you're surfing so well. But Kenjiro Ito, another excellent. Okay, so 8.83, now at 8.43. He's just been gaining momentum through this heat. And I think with every call that he's improving his situation, it's just giving him that much more fire and just keeping him charged and hungry, wanting more.
He's certainly fired up. You could just tell by the body language at the end of those 8-point rides. And he's paddling back out. I feel like every time we've turned our head, he's been on a wave.
You saw his body language just now. It looks like he's kind of relaxing after a delicious meal.
He's
and
content.
So I think he's content. I think he knows it's going to be really hard to push it farther than that, although he will try. But at the moment, he's not hungry. He's well fed with 2 great scores, and it looks like he can finally let his shoulders take a rest and let the rest of the field grab some. But he has been on fire in this heat, and it's been really really active and doing great throughout the previous heats as well as Lori. I've really loved her surfing in this. Very, very huge contrast in style. You see how she's moving from the center to the back of the board, determining on whether she needs to slow down or speed up. But just so comfortable and so relaxed on her equipment, as well as just reading the waves so well. But you could see, had she not have moved to the center of the board would have come to a complete stop. And she has such good footing as Shawnee. A lot more speed on this one than his previous wave.
It was looking like a really good carve. He just got a little hung up. It's almost as if his line was a little too high for the type of wave that was out there. But, yeah, it looked like it was going to be a really good section for him.
You see Shawnee kind of on a flat and rounder board as well, but he's got more of an aggressive attack above the board when you watch the contrast between him and Lori.
Yeah, there's definitely a contrast there. As we watch this replay, managed to link this one all the way through. Nothing too critical in terms of maneuvers, but plenty of length of ride. Getting nice and low, using the double-handed approach. You can see here she almost off-balanced a little bit there, but did really well to maintain her composure and balance. And got a little bonus section here. She changes direction ever so slightly.
Love the little hand paddles. In longboarding, we call that petting the kitty.
We'll see where that number goes. But, yeah, it's well and truly been the surfer in red from Japan. Way out in front. The other two competitors would be in a combination situation, meaning that they need 2 high-scoring rides to beat the surfer in red at this point. But what I find intriguing here is the fact that he's managed to catch a lot of those waves. I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like he would have been out of priority. And he's still managed to lock those scores in.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, just as we mentioned earlier, whoever's got that higher priority in line gets to pick off of the best waves that come through. But Kenji's just sitting in weird places and just happens to be taking off in the middle or wherever he happens to be. And he's just locked on, and he's got that connection with King Neptune at the moment where it's like, he's coming in a minute early. He's cooked himself. He's done everything that he can do. And there is our Japanese contingent. He's got a new sponsor, that yellow towel. Murasaki Sports is the biggest action sports chain across all of Japan. And so they usually only have their stickers on some of the top pros in Japan. And that's showing how much recognition he's getting for being one of the new fierce competitors. And I love this. That is that snap, bringing it in. So, yeah, that's that last wave. He's just taking a victory ride. So we got about 30 seconds for Shawnee or Lori to get one more wave before we wrap it up.
And this is where I was talking before with the priority. You know, it can either work for you or against you. Sometimes when you've got top priority, you can sit and wait too long. Whereas with him not having priority, he was just hunting the lineup. He kept busy. He was looking for that opportunity, not waiting for that opportunity to come for him. So he played that really smart.
I'm such a frother with no patience. If I have priority, I'll usually just use it on whatever. And yeah, I'm definitely not the one to just sit there and save it. But a lot of the people who do try and sit and save that for the best wave. Sometimes you got the rest of the field just getting points and getting scores all around you while you're just being stingy with your priority. And so, yeah, the different ways to use it. He is one stoked. Happy Kenji Time is his nickname, and it's going to be the happiest Kenji time of the event at the moment. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back with a whole new division, we're going to have our sit and wave ski, a whole new type of riding coming up next. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
on, girls? Happy?
Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Ken Oath feeling.
UDC started over 25 years ago, and it was always the purpose that people with a disability live a life that they truly love, and it's about making choices in their own life and having independence. UDC do things a bit differently. We believe in person-led approach. We don't believe that the person should be in the middle, surrounded and smothered by support. We believe that they should stand at the front of their support and lead their lives in their way. And I think that's what makes us a little bit different.
Welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australia, Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. There you have Kenjiro Ito, winner of that below knee stand classification. Super happy, super stoked. And yeah, it's great having that audio down on a roving cam as well. This is Ben Way, joined by Britt Nichols here in the booth, and we have been having a fun morning. Where they're walking right now, there was water, I think, just hours ago. So you've had that tide recede out, and we have a whole new division with some new machines out there, some new wave riding machines. This is the wave ski in the sit division. And we're going to have Chris Astil in yellow, Richard Julian in white, and DJ Lombardo in red. And so Chris is has been previously a Pron competitor, and we're seeing him, because he does classify for the requirements for each of these divisions, he's doing wave ski and Pron in this.
He's got that variety. He's got the option to kind of mix it up a little bit too.
Really cool.
It's already locked in a 617, so off to a really quick start.
It's kind of like when you see the 16-year-olds doing the under 18, and then they do the juniors as well. You'll see some double entries. We have white and yellow up and riding. White gets a little stuck behind that section. And yellow motoring across this one. Chris, gone. Really hooking up with the energy there and getting that nice stretch. So we're seeing that the waves are actually catering to these wave skis. You have a little more length, a lot of volume to connect with the wave energy, as well as kind of providing some glide, considering they do have that kind of higher center of gravity than our prone guys would have. They're able to use the energy of that paddle to really get them into the waves. The one difference between the board riding and these wave skis is those paddles require getting up to momentum to meet the wave, or you need to get that speed for the paddle in. So it takes a little bit more positioning, some skills of positioning to get on those ones. But Chris doing a great job here. We saw him competing for the Australian titles, where it was one of the first times I've seen him on a wave ski.
It's interesting too, you know, there's a lot of coordination involved here. As we watch the replay, the surfer in white, watch there on screen, the transition with the paddle and how it's really being used as a directional tool, you know, like you're watching the previous divisions and and a lot of it comes down to body weight and transitioning that body weight. So with this, it's not only you're trying to transition your body weight, but you've also got a paddle that you can kind of stick in the water and depending on which direction you want to go and help with your balance potentially as well.
Yeah, and just as we would in surfing, use our hand to kind of create a pivot point or start the axis of a turn. The paddle on each side is kind of their outstretched hands, putting the brakes on or creating a spot to pivot around. And you see Chris, they can also use the paddle as they change the angle to where it can help with their balance and put them back upright as they're starting to fall as well, using the speed against the paddle. So pretty interesting techniques. I should be studying a little more if I plan on getting on one of those things.
Yeah,
I kind of claimed in the last heat.
Waiting for it to happen. I want that on screen.
So that dude on right has been in Britt's chair basically this whole event. That is Charles Chukka Webb, and he's Mr. Stoke for life, as well as is organizing the last stop on our AASP tour. He's the CEO of the Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals. Next to Spike Kane on the left. And Spike Kane, originally from England, but lives just about 10 minutes inland from Chukka in Vista, California, which is just inside from the coastline in Oceanside, where Chukka and I also come from. But looks like the rain's kind of starting to pick up out there, making things a little more damp. You can't get any wetter when you're already in the ocean, so these guys aren't worrying about it too much. The other thing is sometimes when the rain picks up, the wind calms down, and so it looks like it's kind of settling things down. We may see the texture on the water clean up a little bit. Never know. Unless the storm gets blown out of here like it did yesterday afternoon. We watched this big giant black cloud come right before our last heat of the day. We were like, oh, we're going to get so dumped on right now. And then this crazy wind picked up, blew it out of the way, but it really blew our conditions to pieces for the last heat yesterday for kneeboarding.
Yeah, it can definitely make or break your decisions. And, well, it's interesting too, like I think you mentioned earlier with the competitors, you know, like trying to adapt with the different conditions. And, you know, they might have been watching it for, say, an hour, and 5 minutes before their heat, everything just turns and changes.
Yeah. Yeah, you might as well just basically stay having some snacks with Debbie Ginger and then just stop 5 minutes before the paddle out and just go, okay, so that's what I'm dealing with now.
Sometimes you can, you can either be underprepared or over-prepared. It's a fine line.
Because we got Chukka in the next heat, and he was watching all of those morning heats going, well, if we have this coming here and here and here, and now I think he's watching those heats. It won't aid or give him any unfair advantage as we're seeing it really switch up out there.
Yeah, game plan A, B, C, D, all the way to Z. So we watch.
Richard Julian was one of the only competitors who hadn't had a free surf before the competition. So his first time of kind of feeling out the conditions was in his first heat, which is always tough. And there we've got our crew, Spike Kane and Charles Chukka Webb going out next.
They are ready for their match. But they're laughing with each other. They're, like you were talking about, they're obviously good mates, and it's different community. I feel like it's, like you mentioned before, like other events with different types of surfing and, you know, QS and CT and all that kind of thing. That might be just sitting in your little zone, eyes straight ahead, headphones on, not talking to your competitor, no smiles. It's just, whereas here, they're about to paddle out.
One thing that's funny that I notice from being around the competition area from various competitions, the guys who are kind of roaming around saying hi to everybody and smiling and having fun, those are usually the gnarliest competitors, because the ones that are completely zoned out in their own world, it almost looks like they're a little bit worried or nervous. And the guys who are smiling up at the beach marshal and everything, you're like, oh, crap. This person feels so confident.
Smiling assassin.
And, yeah, so they're going out there without a worry in the world, so that makes the rest of the field worry sometimes, too. It's weird. You really have all of this big mix of individuals in competition. And there we have Mick Johnson. He is our national Aussie titles champ. He was ripping it up in his previous heats, and he was finding waves where there weren't any. And everyone else, he was in a heat with Chuck earlier on, where everyone was kind of off of the zone, and Mick Jones just happened to connect on one on his way out. He was kind of doing what Kenji was doing as we watched live. Richard Julian, I like that nice big sweep. Fading takeoff, sets himself up perfectly for this nice steep section here. Whips it around and gets another good turn. So I think he'll like that one. The judges should like that one too. 4.17, 4.90. As he just happened to be inside and was able to paddle on another one. So just taking a chance. I think he's doing just a little migration out to the corner, make his paddle out a little bit easier. You get hit sideways on those things. They topple over really easily.
So you see the replay here. Looked like he was going to go left at the right-hand point break, but he was just fading back, getting a little behind the section, and it had a steeper face on it, so smart read there from the surfer in white. A little caught at the end there, but managed to get some good carves in.
The water safety kind of looked like deer in the headlights right there for a second. I don't know. Should I go left? Should I go right? What am I doing? Didn't seem to impede his ride, but yeah, there's probably very little water underneath him. Should the water safety have to dive underneath the equipment?
See how shallow it is there, just on the shoreline. I feel like the competitors this morning were surfing in where that crew member is on the left-hand corner of the screen.
They're dishing out some nice scores. Chris, 7.3, 7.33 for that long ride with some direction changes. Richard Julian, 7.17. I think that would be for the one we just saw the replay of. And DJ Lombardo, I don't know if we haven't seen him get a wave. He might not be out there. We did hear that he had some sickness issues and had to go off to the doctor this morning. So they may have advised that he shouldn't compete. But I know that he had some pretty decent scores. So he'll be able, as long as his scores don't get topped in this heat, and by the top four, he'll still be in it even if he doesn't surf. But we have Mick Johnson, and Mick has, he did some epic above the lip smacks on that amazing machine right there.
Look at the flames on it.
Flames look sick. And there we have Spike Kane and Charles Webb making their way up. And the amount of effort that it takes to get them upright through the shore break. We're lucky we don't have kind of crashing down shore break like we did here at Main Beach. But to get them from the chair, get someone in the water holding their ski and the paddle, keeping that in place, and then getting them from the chair over and up onto the ski, as well as getting their legs up into position, is quite an effort. So you really, as we're going to watch right here. So Adam Land, the guy with the big beard, he is, luckily because of his size, he's able to maneuver around even some of our heaviest riders. And there we go. Just as what we were saying, depending on the rider, they only have so much control of getting their feet into position. So sometimes those feet also need to be swept over by the help. And then we have Jeff from High Fives holding that nose, getting him through the whitewash. You always want to keep that nose straight towards the ocean to get through that whitewash and get over the waves the easiest. And as I was saying, if you are caught sideways by the whitewash, you usually just get toppled over and off of it. And once they're out there, they don't have all of the help to get up on top of their wave ski until one of these water safety comes over and supports them, gets them stabilized. That was a mouthful. I was like, have I not let Britt talk in the whole
That's
heat
all right.
just now?
That's all good. It's good over here, not listening to my own voice. No, I totally agree. It's interesting. I've never ridden, I've ridden a canoe in like a creek before, but I've never ridden, obviously, like the kayak style like this. And it's just so interesting to see how they work. And that stabilization, like, you know, you've got athletes of all different abilities and different impacts of how their disability has impacted them, you know, and to see how they adapt and what they can do on different styles of equipment, like there's so much strength and balance and coordination that goes into this particular style. I feel like if I got on one of those things, I would topple over.
Yeah, and it's wild because a lot of balance comes from core muscles and lower body movement. For a lot of these guys, some of them have no core muscles and have no feeling just under their chest, and so the amount of things that are needed to support yourself in different ways. You'll see Spike Kane has his back support has a strap that comes around the front, and that makes up for his lack of core. So he's basically connected. I think Chuck as well actually has a strap where it comes around his kind of belly section to keep him in contact and kind of replace what would be those core muscles keeping him upright.
Yeah, it helps him activate. It's something, yeah,
just
it's
insane.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, there's so much science going into it, and there's so many people on the other side of trying to really get creative, mostly the riders themselves, how to get creative in giving themselves even more of an advantage or removing some of the disadvantage.
100%. And it's one thing, like, you see all these competitors and they're so friendly and there's such a good community around each other, but the other side of it, they are so competitive. So competitive.
For sure.
Which is good. It's they're full of fire. But, yeah, I feel like they're like anyone. They're looking for that point of difference because they want to win this thing. They're all here with the same goal.
Exactly. And, wow, Chris has really improved the riding that I saw during the Aussie titles. He hadn't gotten many waves, and I'm not completely clued in on how much training he's done on this, but previously I've known him as a prone rider, and so to see him on different equipment and having this much control and being this natural little floater there.
There's a tail drift that came down then.
I love that. We saw Mick Johnson, which I'm hoping we can see on this next heat coming up. He had gotten up on top of the lip, did like a rock and roll floater where his ski came down backwards,
yes,
and then spun it back around, and it was super sick. It was a rock and roll to fakie for a skateboarder, but we're gonna see these things getting wild. But Chris, from that above view, you can see him little kind of double up lump right there. You saw where he got over a deep spot, starting to speed up here again, and the drone view always skews it just a little bit, but you can see little subtle nuances in the face. And you can also see how that line of the sandbar is so defined just off to the right of him. And that was that float, that little drifting float on the section. And I love it, man. And Chris, when you see him, he's got this huge upper body. Looks like a Viking. He's so strong in his upper body. So any of these paddle divisions, anything where he's using his arms, he's going to have such a great deal of strength.
I noticed then, too, at the end of that wave, he actually flipped upside down. So you can see the two crew members with him there. And, re-stabilized and back out.
Yeah, I always freak out when I see the guys flip upside down. However, they are pretty well practiced in pushing out their paddle and getting themselves upright again. There's that floater again. Of course, you, with almost any craft, as long as you have speed, you keep your stability. As soon as that speed is lost, you lose a lot of the stability, and you need to have water running against those fins to keep everything upright. This is just so beautiful. You can see how clean and beautiful the water here is in Byron. And there is our black, that skull candy buoy out in the top, marks the contest area. So it looks like they've moved that up, keeping our free surfers on the other side of it. And then we have our jet ski water safety out there kind of herding off the free surfers from coming over into the zone.
And that is a hard feat, that one, particularly at this location, the pass. It is normally just packed with humans. You can barely move.
Yeah, I'm ready to go out there and get amongst it. I'm not worried.
Beautiful overhead drone shot there. It's the water clarity. It's really started to clean up.
It looks completely dreamy, and as you can watch these, you can watch the whitewash, the foam triangles coming off the wave. It just shows what a perfect direction. It just follows that whole sandbar, and that just causes this wave to break perfectly, no matter what wind direction or swell direction. It seems like the energy is just forced in that perfect line across that little triangle of beach there.
You can actually see how far the competitors are out too now. If you look where that buoy is, and we saw a couple of competitors out as far as the buoy, like how much they've actually gone out further towards the pass with this changing tide.
Yeah, they're nicked right up against it. So although that is nice and green, it's probably a lot more shallow than we think it is. And so the riders are actually able to start kind of out in that zone.
On that little rock shelf. Get the edge of it.
So that is rock there underneath?
As far as I'm aware, I could be wrong.
Well, no, I wasn't sure if it was rock or kelp. Haven't done any bottom investigation, but usually if there is any kind of rock or any kind of natural bump underneath the ocean, that's going to be one spot where the wave is forced to pop up. And so that can be helping with the takeoff spot.
There's plenty of locations around this Byron Bay area with snorkeling and diving.
Yeah.
Beautiful part. Way further down where the wreck is, I've even just snorkeled at the wreck.
And then we have, what is the, is it the Twins Island or what are we?
Julian Rocks.
Julian Rocks?
Yeah.
Is that also a?
Yep. Yeah, it's also like, because of the location and where it sits, like positioning, I haven't been out there myself, but I heard there's so many different types of sea life out there, because like turtles and everything, like just because of it's located that far out, and because Byron is the most eastern point of Australia.
Yes.
It's obviously got that catchment with sea life, which makes it different to a lot of parts around the country.
And that will also probably make it a sort of a catcher's mitt for every direction of swell, I would think, depending on where the swell's coming from.
Yeah, depending on the direction. I've always kind of, growing up around this area, I've always looked at Byron like, oh, it's a bit more protected than most places. Like if it's huge elsewhere, depending on the swell. Yeah, just depends on the direction.
I guess having that point, that big hook out there, that's going to keep certain directions from even making it in until they get to the main beach, I guess, here. That's why, that would explain why this morning when we sent them down, there was a bit gutless and there was a lot more out front. It was just everything that was able to sweep past that big point getting in here. But we've been really lucky to see pretty contestable conditions throughout this entire event. Tomorrow we still aren't quite sure what's going to happen, but they have called it off due to some severe weather forecast. Richard Julian, nice connection through here.
And Yellow out the back with 30 seconds on the clock. Already locked in 7.33 and a 6.17, so looking to improve. This is Chris. Looking for the connection. Ski right behind.
They both have some nice scores.
And probably just looking to make his way in now.
Yeah, so we're in the dying seconds of this heat. We've already sent out the next heat to get into position. But that looks like how it's going to sit for now. We hope DJ's feeling better. We'll hope to see him on finals day. We are going to see after our next heat how the scores are looking, and the top four are going to be the ones going through. Top four scores, no matter from today or previous heats, will be making it through. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action in just a moment.
journey's shaped by people. And your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Life. It's full of changes, and your need for space changes with it. So it's good to know there's a flexible, secure storage solution just for you. Roomia Self-Storage. With our focus on service, security, and understanding, you'll discover how a little extra space can change your life. Get a quote today and make your life roomier.
All right, welcome back, friends. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. There we have Chris Astle. So he is one stoked bloke right there. He is in the finals, able to bump up his scores. Of course, he is the leader of our Australian Adaptive Board Riders Club. And he's done so much for everyone, as well as all of the visiting surfers from different countries and different nations. So out in the water, it looks like we already have some waves ridden. This is Ben Way, and we're here with Britt Nichols. Sorry.
All good.
Sorry, Britt Nichols here in the booth with us, and we have been enjoying a lot of action throughout all of our different classifications. This will be the second heat of our sit wave ski men's classification division. Michael Johnson, our Australian national titles winner champion, is in the lead at the moment with a 6.17 and a 4.0. And we're going to see some action that we may have missed. This is Charles Webb, red. We got a longboarder crossing into the competition area. So Charles got a quick redirect. A little top loft there, kind of behind the peak on that one. Got a 2.27. Yellow's holding a pretty nice score of a 6.17. Still not quite sure of what they were carrying coming into this heat, but all competitors are looking to bump up their scores because the top four between the last heat and this heat, the 6 remaining competitors, will be going to the finals on Sunday. And here we go. Charles Webb picking off a better one. Little warble in the face there. Floats it up and over. Hooks it.
And the crew's onto him. Quick assist, get him back on that ski and head back out. That was a surfer in red, Charles Webb. I loved just the little lip line read on this as we watch the replay. Got the drone angle here. Just a quick redirection there. Putting the paddle in the water there just to really, and this section here drives hard off the bottom and up over the lip. Read on that is just, it's kind of like one of those lip line floaters. He didn't put up there too early, too late, and just kind of went with the lip.
He also had those weird little speed bumps moving laterally across the face, giving a little chunk on the bottom turn, but nice maneuver there. And he gets a 4.67, so he gets rewarded for that maneuver, bumping his things up. I think he has a 7-something going into this heat. We know that in our previous heat, Chris Still had put something up in the 7s as well. So we're starting to kind of chisel out who we're going to be seeing surfing against each other on Sunday.
And look at the movement. He's wanting to get back out there quickly with just under 18.5 minutes on the clock. On screen there, we could just see a bit of a rain squall coming through, I feel, from that eastern direction, making its way onto the beach. Nice pulled back shot there. You can just see the difference in the tide compared to what we had this morning. And, well, we had a lot of water on the bank this morning to the point we actually had to go on hold for a little bit. It just was not breaking. There was no eyes on the point up the pass. It just wasn't even a thing. And not only are we running the event, but we've got a heap of free surfers up the pass now. So there's actually a wave breaking.
There is a wave breaking, and just as Mono had predicted, by we have such a big infrastructure as far as making a competitor's area, getting that judges trailer set up. We kind of have to make a decision early, And once we've made that decision, we can't move mid-comp. And so, yeah, they stuck with it, and we're going to watch 6.17 Mick Johnson. Motors into this one, keeping that speed, using that paddle to keep his line, keep that rail engaged. Nice big top turn, cutting it down, and he is out. A lot of nice flow through there, keeping a good rhythm, and that fed to his bigger score at the moment, 6.17. Charles Webb up there as well. Blue, I believe, is not in the water, so it's a three-man heat at the moment. And we've got these guys really close together, so it's starting with this tide at least. It's starting to kind of be more spelled out where you want that prime takeoff zone. And Mick Johnson, live action, spinning it around like that top carve. He's got a lot more face to deal with in this one. Nice steep section here, reading that one. Leaning back against the corner of the rail and using those fins together. And zaps another turn. I love how he just keeps this flow. And just the way he really leans back and engages to accelerate is so cool. And 6.17, 4.0. This
is the replay of the surfer in yellow, looking to improve on his scoreline. Great read on this wave and excellent use of the paddle. And like Ben mentioned, just that transition between his weight, leaning back and then forward. Just keeping his momentum too. He had so much speed there, and you can see the bit of a lean back there. And what that's doing, it's actually allowing him to keep his flow and transition between turns, but also avoid nosediving. Just drifting for that first turn. It's a different angle of the replay. Keeping that paddle in the water. He's not just holding it there for a split second. He held that paddle in the water for so long and kept his line. I'm interested, Ben, with noticing with this, he seems to like drift the tail a lot. I'm obviously new to this kind of sport.
Yeah.
Is there differences in the positioning with the seat at all over the fins?
There can be, for sure. And as we watch Chukka getting a short one here, he finds the inside connection. Look, this one starts racing. Taps it up at the lip line. Gets a nice top turn there. Good flow, good rhythm. I like that better than his previous wave. That's my own taste, of course. But yeah, you will see the fins, as you can see right there. The fins are basically set up right under the seat, but depending on the rider's balance, and all of these are custom-made equipment. So for everyone's riding style, they may prefer a different position or different distance from the tail or the nose, of course.
So we watch the replay here for Charles in the red. Really throwing his body in it, into everything he's got. I feel like he seems to kind of keep his weight a little bit further forward as opposed to the other competitor in the yellow, and he kind of uses his kind of bottom half to just project his body movements and keep that flow.
One thing you'll also notice on Chukka's board, it's a lot shorter than a lot of the other competitors. You can see his feet are almost right up there close to the nose. And that design, King's Water Sports, very involved from San Diego, and one of a really involved shaper and designer, Dave Dahm, that does the shapes for those, has a very cool, if you had the board upside down and it had no fins in it, it would look like what they use for the stand-up surfing, stand-up paddle surfing, where it's like basically a giant shortboard. And the only difference is the fins are up over that back third under the seat. But then when you flip it around, you've just got all of this extra, which builds up that extra volume for the footwells, their seat, and some of the designs like Mick Johnson. You have what looks like a big bumblebee stinger on the back. You got this big bit of volume. You have like a bubble of foam behind the seat, which kind of makes the front of the seat. But I think that explains why when Mick's leaning back, he's leaning on some of the majority of volume of the board, which might get it to push faster. It doesn't look as extreme as I'm watching right now, but all of them are on different styles of equipment. But some of the previous wave skis that I'd seen just had this big kind of bumblebee stinger behind their seat of volume, as we see Spike Kane, not the filmmaker, Spike Kane from Liverpool, England, one of the godfathers of the sport of this division, and also very mono-esque in being the host of all of the international competitors. When they come to California, they all stay at his house, and usually accompanied by a very very cool dog named Buttons that is friends with everyone in the tour. Wow, Mick looking just zappy right there. Big fast paddle out of that one. And constantly redirecting. And that was where everything, all the energy just ran into a shallow shelf and got that inside rail. But 11 minutes, and these guys are covering a lot of distance. I mean, they're looking pretty pepped up at the moment. And each of these riders are sort of building momentum through the heat and really kind of feeling their way around and figuring out where they want to take off to connect with this inner stretch here. And,
well, if I look outside the tent, it has started to
it's coming down.
Get heavier with the rain.
It sure is.
So that rain squall's finally reached us here on the beach. Still plenty of waves in the ocean, plenty on offer, and yeah, you're looking at that, right, Ben?
8.67, wow. So Michael Johnson putting an excellent score on the board. I'm not sure previously what Chukka's Charles's previous backup score. I know he had a 7-something. 5.67 is his highest score at the moment. And Spike Kane, 4.60, 3.23. And so these guys still have almost half a heat to keep building on their score line. But some interesting weather, and yeah, the beach just keeps growing and growing as it works out to that early afternoon tide.
It'll be interesting to see what the tide continues to do to the bank and the opportunity in the water. I feel like sometimes with a dead low tide, the swell can kind of drop a little bit. Might hit the bank better, but I feel like sometimes with a low tide, the conditions can just kind of drop.
Yeah, that's one thing that almost universally, if you have lacking swell and you have the outgoing tide, especially when you have a really extreme tide movement like we do now, sometimes it just pulls all that energy out to sea, puts more space in between those set waves, and kind of keeps that energy from coming in, which will be the opposite once we turn the tide and we get the tide pushing in, which I'm not sure if we'll be going late enough to really get that tide push today. But previously we had the midday low tide around 1:30 or 2, and then we'd start to see some surge from about 3 o'clock. And I think as far as the schedule goes today, we're going to be ending around the 3-ish hour, if I'm correct. We did, well, although we did have some schedule changes and some delays in the start, so we might be going a little bit later, in which case we would see a little shove of the tide.
You can see the water texture starting to change. Looks like the wind's picked up ever so slightly. A nice shot there of our location there down on the sand. Great setup. Plenty of people not only tuning in to this live broadcast, but showing up here on the beach and supporting these athletes. They have come from all different parts of the world and arrived here at Byron Bay. They are putting on a spectacular show so far. The weather may be miserable, but the athletes and the competition is certainly not. It is heating up down here.
Also, with all of our friends that are watching internationally, although it looks cloudy, it is plenty warm down here. It is probably a 70 degrees Fahrenheit, I would call, somewhere around there. I don't know what in Celsius, but it's definitely not cold, which California, Japan, where I came from, was snowing at the beach a couple days. Yeah, we're as cold and cloudy as it can get here. It's still warmer than about 70% of the places on the earth, so we're sitting pretty.
We are in a beautiful part of the world too, Byron Bay, where it is located in Australia on the east coast. We're in a location where even in winter, it really doesn't get that cold, like 3-2 maximum wetsuit.
Yeah, which is great considering California, we're in 4.3s and knitting boots. Japan, you're in 5.3s. You got guys that wear dry suits where you can actually have your clothes on underneath the wetsuit.
I wouldn't be able to move. It's so much rubber.
No, and you can't move. And that's it takes a lot of the fun out of it. And I've become very anti-full suit in my old age. And so last year I spent the winter months in Brazil. This year I tried to stay in El Salvador. There's Lori Phipps, style master of the morning, with her dad Mark Phipps, who is the shaper of her equipment. Got a lifesaver there, keeping it cool. He doesn't really need that jacket, as we were saying. It's
probably more of a wind protector, I'd say, that kind of jacket, protecting him from not only the water but more so the wind. Sometimes you get wet and windy, bit of a wind chill. But like you mentioned, it's still pretty warm down here considering the rainy weather. And so much goes into an event like this. There's been so much behind the scenes work, logistics, and in the fact that they put together such an amazing event. We touched on it earlier this morning, and I feel like when you put people like Mono and athletes at the forefront of events like this who have that personal experience, they know the needs of competitors. They know that all the abilities are different, but they've got that insight. They've got that personal experience, that personal insight. And having people like that involved in events like this, it just makes operations so much smoother, but then it puts together a competition for athletes that's just so much better suited for them.
That's such a good point. Yeah, as we do have a lot of different events that are organized or sort of directed by people that don't get into the water during the event and don't quite have the knowledge of the break, the time of year, what the swell's doing, as far as the scheduling of tides, things like that. When you have someone that's out in the water or someone who's actually in the event, you have so much more insight on how to plan your scheduling, and not to mention the competitors know how they want to be treated, and they know that they can create a better experience for all of the other competitors.
100%. As we just watched, I don't even know what to call that. Was that a 180? I saw half of it.
I think that was the floater to fakie, which on skateboarding is coming backwards. We call that fakie. But, yeah, he went from the transition, came backwards, and then spun it back around, which is that's something up Mick Johnson's sleeve. We've seen him pull it out in a couple other heats. As we have Chukka rolling in, setting himself up to accelerate. You can see how he's leaning that paddle out in front of the nose to really pull his weight forward. Finding his way to another section there. And yellow just behind him. Yep, so that was the rock and roll to fake. He brings it back around.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. I wasn't 100% sure. So interesting on Surfing Red Charles. Watching his replay just then, I just loved how composed and patient he was. He didn't try to rush anything. He kept his positioning. He had a good read on the wave. His body was like quite still. Even the paddle was pretty horizontal, and just waiting for that right moment to try and accelerate.
Yeah, nice and calm, and definitely knows how to read the waves, and he's got such a good connection with his equipment, knowing where he needs to place it to get speed, to get that glide, and then knows how he can where he can fit in maneuvers, which is very important. And so 5.67 his top score at the moment, and Michael Johnson has 8.67 and 7.33. Just keeps bumping up those scores. And there it is. Love that. Oh, nose didn't clear on that one. Maybe need a little bit more punch in the wave to bring it back around. But that is a little seasoning that he puts on his rides, which we dig. And Spike Kane also with a couple scores in the mid-4s.
He worked so hard to catch that wave then. He did so well. And managed to keep that momentum. Keeping that paddle in. I feel like he had it and then just caught that rail on that end section there as he drifted back around. I almost felt like, in my personal opinion, I thought maybe he drove too hard off the bottom to then put it up there. But that's just personal.
No, that
opinion.
Physically that would make sense because he would actually be driving more of that energy out the back of the wave rather than placing it and letting the wave take the ski back in backwards. So, yep, I'm backing you on that one for sure. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. We got Spike Kane taking a dig here.
I love the full body rotation and the head turn. He used his whole upper body, but he also opened up his shoulders. He used his head. He spotted where he wanted to go, which really helped him carve around that section. Unfortunately, wasn't able to completely ride out of it, but technically, it was so good to see that he held it and used his eyes to spot where he wanted to go. With just under 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, and surfing, a lot of instructors or coaches will tell across many sports, but wherever your eyes go, well, your body will follow. And in surfing, if you wanted to cut back, you look where you wanted to go, and automatically it turns your shoulders, which turn your hips and put you in the right position. It's always good to be moving your head in those turns. We're down to 10 seconds, and a little bit of chunk and bump on the ocean out there. I think we only have 4 more heats to finish off the day. And so this next couple hours, we should have enough. We'll have an unassisted prone heat coming up. And we will be finishing off the day with the kneeling division. And so we're going to see what happens here. But we know that Mick Johnson, your Australian titles champ, did an amazing job of putting some really high scores and great rides by all of these competitors. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment.
been mixing up OJ and champagne, cooler than the escapades. We need a leader, someone to tell us what to do, to raise the bar, to make it rain. We're gonna go caroling in Ocean Park, if you know the notes.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Stevie Ginger. How are you, Stevie?
I am so good, Britt. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm pretty well, thank you. Nice to see the rain stopped again.
Absolutely. It's we've been getting little squalls every now and then down there, but mostly everybody's able to stay out of the weather nice and dry.
Nice and dry, in fact. We are now into the unassist prone men division semi-final heat number 1 in the water. We have red, Kai Collis, Max Devery is in the yellow, Jay Stevens in the white, and Gavin Bellis in the blue. We have had a quick start for the surfer in red, and what a way to open up a 7-point ride for Kai and surfer in yellow at 3.33 as we watch the replay. Want to talk us through this one, Stevie?
Absolutely. So Kai Chicken Joe Collis pulls in, staying nice and tight in the pocket there. Nice redirection. Gives a little paddle, try to keeping that speed. Just back and forth. Just trying to look for whatever he can on that wave. Hit the lip a little bit and pulled right out.
It was a great opening ride there for the surfer in red. And quite young too, I do believe.
Yeah, I believe he's 18 years old, so this year he can finally have a beer with us at the bar at the after party.
Can finally celebrate how well he does.
Exactly.
I'm sure he celebrates in other ways as well. But I do believe you're a local here from Byron Bay. What are some of your favourite things to do here in Byron?
We've got a rider from Yellow pulling in, trying to get across through that section. Not much in that wave, not much power, a bit gutless, but it's still a nice way to open up your account.
That was the surfer in yellow, Max Devery. I do believe that was the 3.33. So both of those waves were caught quickly in that ad break. So we have another replay here from the surfer in white. This was caught while mid-replay. Really holding that arm in and keeping that momentum. Huge turn off the lip there to finish with. I'm sure he'll be happy with his opening wave as well.
Nice. Back to what you asked me. Favourite things to do in Byron Bay? Obviously, I guess, just go surfing as much as humanly possible.
We were talking about the pass here. Obviously, we're almost at the pass with this location, and Ben had said he hadn't surfed there before, but he'd heard how crowded it gets.
Yeah, it can get pretty wild out there some days, and a real mix of people as well. You've got some really advanced, like top surfers in the world who are surfing on the WSL longboard tour, and then you've also got your first time I've seen the ocean kind of surfers. So it can be challenging, but it's a love-hate relationship sometimes.
Plenty of action here in Byron Bay, whether you're here for the event or just here for a holiday. And, well, if you haven't been here, I do highly recommend it as we watch live action in the water. That is Gavin Bellis using both arms, really trying to get that forward momentum. A little hung up on the top, but he has opened up his heat here for semi-final heat number 1. This is, of course, the unassist prone men's division as we watch the replay. Talk us through this one, Stevie.
So he's pulled in. It did look like a really nice wave there. It had a lot of potential. He's pulling it across and, yeah, as you said, just got unstuck at the top of the wave there.
And he has got a number on the board. So all 4 surfers now in this heat have locked in at least one scoring wave each. It is currently Kai Collis in the lead with that 7. Jay Stevens in the white in second with a 5.67. Max Devery in the yellow a 3.33. And Gavin Bellis In the blue, a 1.83. Still plenty of time on the clock for these competitors, just under 18 minutes as we watch Kai Collis looking to back up that 7 or potentially improve on it. I love the transition between upper limbs here, really using both arms and using it to just pivot point off the lip. And got nice and vertical in that last turn. We'll wait and see where that number goes as he looks to make his way back out there.
Yeah, Kai Collis, of course, just pipping his, we'll head into that replay. Pulls in. It's got a nice size to it behind him. Looks like there is plenty of potential on that face. Redirecting back and forth, staying in the pocket, keeping the speed. Sees that it's going to close out and then hits that lip, rides out of there with authority.
Interesting angle too. I feel like we've switched up camera angles. We've got a water shot.
Love it.
Nice variety there from the camera operators. And it looks like we might be getting a little pulse in swell again. But 5.83 last of red, 3.43 last of white, 1.17 last of yellow. And yeah, going back to Kai.
Going back to
You got any more info for us?
I do. Oh, we're going to do another replay of Kai's wave from a different angle. It really changes it up when you do switch those angles, doesn't it? You can just see him sitting right there, right in that pocket, right in the fastest part of the wave. That gives him that ability to bring the nose of the board up, tap it off the top, and finish it out.
He'd already locked in at that 7, backed it up with a 5.83, so not quite as strong as his first wave, but I'm sure he'll be happy with those 2 scores at this point in time with just over 16 minutes on the clock.
Absolutely. Now, what I was saying was Kai is our recently crowned Aussie ISA Parasurfing champion. He and Joel Taylor have been going kind of tit for tat for a very long time, and he just beat Joel in the last 20 seconds of the heat by a .03.
Oh, a matter of points, not much in it.
Not
and
much
yeah, Kai Collis, he would have been happy with that one.
Absolutely, wouldn't you?
Strong battle between competitors, but on screen now we have Jay Stevens in the white coming around the section. Can he get a steeper section in front of him? He's just holding his momentum at this point, really using that inside arm as he looks to get the inside section. A bit of a double up, but not able to get a last turn in there.
Yeah, and of course that tide is still dropping. We are not going to see the bottom of the tide until 2:45, I believe, today, and it's only a 0.2 meter low. So huge difference between the top of our tide, which was at 1.8 meters. So it's really going to change things up from what we saw this morning.
Speaking of changing things up and talking about the tide, considering you do have that local knowledge and experience, what, from your opinion, do you feel that the tide's going to do to this bank this afternoon?
We'll just hit this replay first with Jay. Again, we've got that nice, it does look like he's got that little wall in front of him there that he has the potential. Completely gone through the whitewash there. There we go. Zooming along, looking nice, pulling it back into the whitewash. Dropping that hand, redirecting. Little paddle there to try and stay on it, but the little double up there just on the sandbar. But he saw that coming and he pulled off, so hopefully the judges will be rewarding that.
That was Jay Stevens in the white. A 4.44 he locked in. He's also got a 5.67, so at this point he's sitting in second position.
And this is a semi, so it is first and second will be able to progress through to the finals, which will be happening on Sunday.
And a lot of our competitors are super excited for Sunday.
Absolutely.
We watch the surfer in red trying to scratch into this one. This is Kai Collis. He's got a lot of upper body strength. Holding his hand in the water, putting it up over the lip. Can he ride down? He does. He manages to stick with this one. He's got an open face to work with now. Carves back into the pocket. Using both hands in the water there. Just getting a little hung up, but still great surfing there from the young man in the red.
Yeah, a little tricky. It kind of looked like it hit a bit of a crosswash, that wave, really unexpectedly.
It's so interesting to see on shot there then for a second there's free surfers, and as we watch the replay, we won't see them, but you can talk us through Stevie.
Let's go, Kai. As you can see, is nice little off the top, comes out through the bottom, able to stay on the wave and keep going. Holding himself in position, comes back, but yeah, just fizzles out there, unfortunately.
But yeah, as he did a great job on that. But back to what I was talking about, the free surfers. We've kind of got this little pocket in between. We've got a heap of free surfers up the pass. We've got our contest bank, and then they've got a whole heap of free surfers off the end bank as well, trying to utilise these conditions. Whereas this morning there was nobody out.
No, well, it was a very high tide this morning. We did see a couple of young boys over next to the buoy closest to us trying to shift the buoy so that they could sit on the peak there, which was a little bit cheeky. We had to tell them to get out of it. Here we go, the replay of Blue's first wave, opening his account. Really nice wave, paddling through. It's got good size to it. Pulling back into the wash, waiting to catch up to that one, and unfortunately it does just crumble in front of them, but he manages to hit the lip and pull off and maximize his score on that wave.
And that was a better wave there from the surfer in blue, Gavin Bellis. He locked in a 1.83 to open with, so I feel like that wave was going to be better than that. We'll wait and see the number as that comes through. We can see the next competitor in blue getting ready to make his way out. And it's good to see the wave starting to break here. This morning there was a lot of water on the bank, to the point there was water where those competitors are getting ready to head out.
Absolutely. Now, yeah, with the dropping tide, it is really going to change some more. The competitors are going to be surfing further out the back, obviously. I don't know. I haven't been surfing the pass on low tide lately, so I'm not sure what it's going to really look like down in that Tomo's Rock corner there. But hopefully it's still going to be purling along nicely and keeping some nice open faces for the competitors to slash into.
Plenty on offer. And well, Gavin Bellis in the blue, he is back in the game. Last a blue of 5.1. Now in third position, but if he can replace his 1.83 from his scoreline, he is well and truly in for a shot to get through this semi-final. This is, of course, the unassist prone men semi-final heat number 1. So you see blue on screen there, making his way back out. He's pushed Max Devery in the yellow back to 4th place, but still plenty of time on the clock for these competitors to continue building on their scores.
Absolutely. I love these drone shots. It always makes it look so nice from up above. Just really takes the perspective of the chop out of the screen. Who have we got there? I can't quite tell. Yellow. There we go.
Incredibly deep takeoff there from Max Devery, trying to link that one all the way through. And well, quick exchange here. Surfer in red also on a wave. That is the current heat leader, Kai Collis. He's got an inside section, carves into the pocket. Both hands on the board, trying to get that projection forward. Puts it up there, gets critical, and manages to ride out. Kai Collis putting on a spectacular show here in Byron Bay.
As he always does, wherever he is in the world. We love watching Kai. He's really taking the sport so much further than where it has been. As we watch the replay here, really using those arms, keeping himself in that perfect speeding position, hits the lip, comes down, which is hard to do at the best of times with any surfer, and rides it out, pulls off, finishes with that nice full stop, which the judges have been absolutely loving all week. They want to see you finishing with authority and completing the wave.
Of course, as we have Gavin Bellis now on screen, looking to replace that 1.83. Trying to find his momentum. Double-handed paddle, gets another section. Almost in front of another competitor.
I notice he's doing the Joel Taylor bodyboarding kind of situation with his arms there, holding that outside rail to keep the inside rail engaged to like really lock in and trim along the wave. So interesting.
I have noticed that a couple of times with Kai as well. Interesting technique. Well, Kai Collis, a 7.67, so the surfer in red extends on his lead. Surfer in white, Jay Stevens in 2nd place. Gavin Bellis on screen there in 3rd. As we watch the replay, talk us through this one, Stevie.
As you can see, yeah, they're keeping that outside arm, pulling in the inside rail to stay locked in to the wave. Comes down, up off the top, keeping it in there, really trying to drive the wave, the board through the white water, and just pulls off the back there. And we've got another visual. Here we go. Love the drone shot again. Yeah, look at that. Just really reading that wave, keeping the board moving, keeping it where it needs to be, because the judges are looking for the combination of maneuvers and also staying busy on the wave. That's how we're going to get the higher scores there.
And we'll wait and see where that score goes. Yeah, there we go. A 5.5 last the blue. We were talking about it, and Gavin Bellis in the blue jumps into second spot. If he can stay there, he'll make his way through this semi-final into the final, but there's still 7.5 minutes remaining.
Anybody's game with 7.5 minutes.
It is such a tight battle, particularly look at the scores on screen between second and third. Really not much in it. Surfer in blue.
Got a couple of free surfers in there that really should not be in there. Hopefully the lifeguard on the ski will get in amongst them and clear them out of the contest area. That's what I was saying before. We do have a very big mix of surfers and their knowledge of surfing that like to come and surf at the pass. So not sure they realise that they're actually surfing in a world tour competition area.
It is certainly a location. I did live here for a bit up until around this time last year. I lived here for a year, and I feel like there's definitely a lot of different versions of surfing here in Byron, and just that insight. But well, talking about insight, this guy here, Kai Collis, he's got great insight into these conditions, coming hard off the bottom, putting it up over the lip. Can he get another turn in? He is well and truly keeping his momentum, wanting to move through to the final. A little hung up there towards the end, but not much else on offer.
No. Do you think he is wanting to, like, a little bit nervous about improving those 7 scores? Is he wanting to get into those 8s to really lock in his spot?
I mean, I can't speak on his behalf, but I mean, if I was sitting in that position, I'd be feeling pretty good. If anything, I feel like it's probably loosened him up a little bit, taken a bit of the pressure off, to be honest. I feel like he's probably just having more fun out there, take the nerves off that little bit of nervous energy of trying to progress. I feel like he's in a pretty good spot.
Nice. As we see just the end of that replay there of Kai's last wave. Don't know if it's going to get up into factoring into his score, but yeah, as you said, Britt, he's just he's ready to just relax now, and he can just do his thing.
Sometimes with surfing events like that with competitors, I've noticed over the years that once they lock in 2 healthy scores, their surfing actually improves.
Yep.
Because they're just a lot looser, the pressure's a little bit off, and then they're just kind of out there just surfing as if they normally would in a free surf in a way, and sometimes that can actually, support a surfer to get through and, just take that pressure off.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see some free surfers cutting it really close to our competitors there. The good old pass. As I said, it's a love-hate relationship sometimes.
So Stevie invited all their friends to the pass.
Oh, dear.
As we, watch one just go straight through the lineup. Water safety might.
Yeah, I think Plank, our head lifeguard, will be hopefully coming over there to have a few stern words with the free surfers, hopefully. Keeping them out of harm's way.
And it's hard too when you've got free surfers in the water like that, because a lot of them wouldn't know what's going on with this event. They wouldn't understand it. They don't know that we've got competitors in the water. They don't know that this is an adaptive surf event. Like, there's so many different elements that they're kind of just potentially going to cause chaos.
Pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much just your average day at the pass. A little bit of chaos sprinkled through the lineup as usual. We've just hit under 4 minutes, so Kai Collis looking pretty solid out front. But still, it is anyone's game as White. Jay Stevens takes a look at this one, Britt.
This is Jay Stevens up and riding. He's in 3rd position. He's been bumped back by Gavin Bellis. He's looking to progress. Double-handed paddle, looking to keep momentum on this wave. Can he replace a 4.4 and improve on his position with just over 3 minutes on the clock? He is going to make the most of this one. Can he get through to the final? Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. 3 minutes and 15 seconds of time to be exact.
As we go to the replay, talk us through this one, Stevie.
Pulls in. It's a really nice looking wave. Nice face there. pulling it back around, nice redirect, keeping that speed going, further redirection back towards the beach there. Reads it perfectly. See that it's going into that little deep gutter, holds it into the area where the wave is actually going to break, where he's going to be able to build speed, and just decides to pull out on the end there.
And we will leave that in the hands of the judges. With 2.5 minutes on the clock, this is well and truly not over. Kai Collis in the red in the lead with a 7 and a 7.67. Gavin Bellis in the blue in second at this stage. We're still waiting for a score to drop, potentially for surfer in white, who's in third place, Jay Stevens. And sitting in fourth, Max Devery in the yellow, still quite capable. And well, on screen there, we've got some supporters. What do you think they're saying to our competitors?
You're too far over. Get over this way.
It did look like that as we see the beautiful drone shot on screen there. And yeah, like we've been talking about, so many free surfers in the water on either side of this bank.
Yep. Really challenging the surfers. And we had a nice little shot of Little Reef there. Beautiful turtles and everything hang out there all the time. It's always special when you're out in the water and you've got a little turtle that just pops its head up, says hello.
Just floats past.
Yep.
We were talking about that earlier, actually, Ben and I, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's a heap of rock and reef out there, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it is anyway, and we weren't sure if it was kelp or rock. I'm like, sure it's reef.
Oh, here we go, blue.
This is Gavin Bellis trying to hold on to second position. Well, we almost had a competitor take off, but blue likely had priority. Trying to make the most of that one. I'm not sure he's going to improve on his situation. He's looking to replace a 5.1 to increase on his scoreline with just over 1 minute on the clock. He's looking to make his way in. He's calling it a day.
I probably would too, to be fair. I don't think I'd be making it back out the back and being able to get a wave, being at the bottom of the priority list as we see Kai pull into another one.
This is Kai Collis.
Is he going fin first?
That is a fin at the front.
Oi! Look, judges are going to love that. That's talking about variety of maneuvers there.
Kai Collis, not even 18. And, recently 18. Recently 18. And, well, he's getting progressive. He's showing us that he has got all the tricks up his sleeve. And like I mentioned before, he locked in 2 good waves, and I feel like that took the pressure off. He was just out there having fun.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think you'd be risking that if you were biting your nails for your position in the final. So, yeah, just putting a nice little flare on that one for us at the end as we go into the replay. Yeah, as you can see, he's got the fin first, flips it around, pulling back into the whitewash, sticks the arm out, little paddle. And that's the end of that one. And there we go. Heat winner, Kai Collis.
He is...
He looks buggered.
He does look buggered. He actually looks like he's trying to listen to the beach commentators, maybe, see if he progressed. But that is the end of that one. That's Kai Collis on screen, the heat leader in the red, the Australian surfer. He is through to the final, I do believe. So we watch some competitors and local supporters. And look at this for sportsmanship. Blue handshaking just before our break. So, yeah, it's tuning in. If you are wanting to continue watching the action, don't go anywhere. We have got jam-packed information for the rest of the afternoon. We'll catch you in a minute.
Welcome back. This is the Bright Sky Australia Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And there we have finished our unassisted prone heat with Kai Collis smashing out another one. And we have had a lot of action. So he was trying to bump up. He already had some really high scores, 7.67, 7.0. I think that they were going into that round. I'm saying they because I'm talking about Joel Taylor as well, who's out in the water right now, have scores that are way up there out of that range. So I don't even think they affected their scores, but they had to go out there and give it their all to try and push for whatever they can. And wow, as we are looking, this little storm front is just moved itself in. Our tent is still intact here. We're fine here. I'm still somehow dry inside here with Stevie Ginger. I'm Ben Way, and we have now seen a couple scores starting to work their way through. Looks like white Ryan Porteous locking on to a good one there. And you can see him navigating around a tricky long whitewash section for a nice redirection, using those arms to create a turning axis and initialize the rail, engage the rail, sorry, and able to get a nice stretch on that one. So as bumpy as the conditions look, the sandbar is so defined that the wave just can't help but keep reeling. It's amazing.
Yep. The famous long ride at the pass. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Got a couple heads out there.
We've got a free surfer just deciding to surf right through the competition zone.
Yeah, I think
she will be getting some words from the competitors there.
Well, the wind also, I think it's kind of moved the buoy to the indicator of where the competition area actually is. So we'll give her the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, I think as soon as she saw people in jerseys, she figured she'd gone a little too far. Ryan Porteous, 6.50. Don't be a grumpy local, Stevie. Come on now.
I am the jaded local man.
Be nice to the loggers. Come on, jeez. They've been respectful enough. No, but yeah, I think we have the jet ski, which will verbally let the free surfers know that they have crossed the line into the competition area. There's our buoy. So we just got a different camera angle. The buoy is still intact, although it may have drifted a few meters.
There is only a cinder block holding it down this year.
I saw that.
Yeah, no anchor for us this year.
So we have Ryan Porteous 6.50, Joel Taylor 2.17, 1.0. As I had mentioned before, he's coming into this heat with scores that I believe are kind of in the 8 range. So anything that's lower than that is not going to please him. Not like he needs it. I think he and Kai at the moment had such high score lines that unless the rest of the field does something completely nuts, they should still be quite okay going towards the finals. But we have 4 other competitors that are fighting for 2 spots. So in the last heat, we had some great performances, and now we have see our buddies on the beach
holding it down in the rain.
Holding it down. It's somehow the weather looks way better over there than right here.
It does.
We're just down the beach, but these are really clean conditions. Those are really clean conditions compared to what we're seeing out here at Main Beach at the moment. So the prediction of what was going to happen with the weather and the swell, I think it was a great call by our contest directors to make that the contest zone today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just with the predicted bit of more easterly coming through a little bit stronger than we've seen in the past few days, just having it down there tucked away behind Tomo's Rock at the pass just gives you that little bit more protection from the east wind. It really keeps the face of the wave nice and clean for you.
And I'm such an old dude that I come from before there was surf reports, and the weather report technology was even worse than it is now. And so I don't always trust what I read. And I basically kind of look outside, or I get pleasantly surprised by nature, which we have sporadically throughout this event.
Absolutely. I mean, the best thing that can happen to you as a surfer is if you say, oh, well, I'm just going to go out. I don't mind that it's really bad. And then all of a sudden it just turns on and you're the only person out there. And it's just, oh, that's the magic, baby.
Yeah, well, Chuck and I were talking about back in the day. Here we go. Ryan Porteous. Whoa, goes for the little spin right there. He has some equipment that's got almost like a George Greeno kneeboard style fin position. He's got like a 7-inch fin that's moved really far up under the center of the board. Who do we have here? I'm trying to see the color. It looks like
Yellow.
Parker. So Parker's starting to drive across this section. And so, Chuck and I were speaking of the good old days before Surfline. And if you didn't live at the beach, you didn't know what the waves were doing. And that kept all the inland bogans from coming out and getting in the lineup. But, these days, even people who barely surf know what the waves are supposed to do, thanks to all this technology.
Yeah.
Thanks or no thanks.
There we have Parker on his first wave, surfer in yellow. Kind of just gets caught behind that section a little bit, caught behind the wash. But maybe just getting the first wave jitters out, as Britt was talking about before. Just open that up that account and get things underway for yourself with 15 minutes left on the clock.
We're shaking off 2 cubic liters of moisture off of his head from that last storm front. So just under 15 minutes, lots of time. Joel Taylor staying at the top there, and yesterday, day before, Kai came in and watched one of Joel's heats, and as he saw him build up some really strong scores, he was saying the next round, Joel will probably pretty much just stay out there and stay quiet unless he sees something really good, because at the moment, he really doesn't even need a wave. And Ryan Porteous, on the other hand, is going to be stoked with a 6.50, wants to get rid of that 1.67. And as far as the scores go right now, I would say Ryan's somewhere in the somewhere around the 4th position, I would say, as far as the combined scores.
Yeah.
So I'm not digging into that. Chuck is the magic live heats navigator.
I am trying to bring it up here so that we can have a quick little look, but I think they might be tinkering in the back end and putting in who's progressed through out of that first heat, maybe.
Cool. Well, we're going to stick on what we see on the screen for now. And what we see on the screen is a big crew of a bunch of stoked individuals. Looks a lot colder than it is. That's why that would explain the lack of clothing.
I mean, the wind chill is probably the worst part of things. If you're a bit wet and then that wind hits you, that's when it's going to be a bit chillier. But if you're not wet, it is quite warm down there still.
So calling this chilly is me saying that the California winters are cold to people from England. I almost get a slap in the face, actually. Are you kidding me? You don't know cold.
No, I don't.
No, this is not cold. This is beautiful. And I've been very happy to wear nothing but shorts and T-shirts the entire time. Haven't put my shoes on back since the airport. And we see Joel's taking a look. Everyone's kind of stacked up on top of each other. So with this tide at the moment, things getting a lot more shallow. I think it's really defined on where you want to take off for the best ones. Where some of our previous heats, we had everyone kind of spread out, taking a chance on different parts of the sandbar. But right now, it is looking like that is that's the main spot to take off, and that's going to be dishing out the highest scoring potential. We have heard that this will be the last heat of the day, cutting off our Neil division, which would have put Sponge and Mono and a bunch of those guys out here, where Blue, Fletcher, nice speed through that one. That one didn't shape up too well. But, yeah, I think the conditions are starting to get a little uglier than we expected early. Yeah. And being that these are very, very important divisions going into the final, we do want to give everyone a fighting fair chance to build some scores. And the scoring ability of these waves is starting to deteriorate. As we're seeing, Joel Taylor, who had scores in the 8s in his previous heat with a highest score of 2.17. So it's just showing you Ryan Porteous, luckily before that storm had really blown in, Ryan had one of the better rides and showing 6.50. Definitely lucky for him, he had gotten into action early. No one knew it was going to happen on the back half of this heat, but things are gradually getting more difficult.
Absolutely. If you take a look at the top of this screen there, you can see all those white caps coming through. That is a very good indicator of a bit of north in the wind. And north here in Byron Bay is pretty much your enemy. Unless it's a northwest, then you're able to hit up Tallows and Cozy Corner because that's nice and protected. But yeah, if we're getting a northeasterly, it's kind of onshore everywhere, unfortunately.
I thought us inside the booth was Cozy Corner, so I've been misinformed. So Cozy Corner, is that between the pass and Talos, or where's?
So Cozy Corner is right in the corner of Talos. It's not a secret spot.
Okay.
It's right up under the cliffs of the lighthouse there, over on the western side, the open ocean side.
So at the moment, I remember hearing that Talos had lost a lot of sand during the cyclone. It was kind of a big drop-off. Would that have affected Cozy Corner as well?
Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen it for myself, but down in Suffolk, a bit further south where I live, yeah, huge loss of sand out there, as well as down in Belongil, just up from the contest area. Lots of sand. There's probably like a good 2 meter drop the day after the cyclone left, so it was pretty hairy.
You can get to the beach, you just can't get out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Heavy. Well, we have been really blessed with what looked like pretty difficult conditions from the first spot of the high tide. Luckily, we did reschedule. We pushed it back an hour to let that tide recede, and things actually shaped up quite. We got just enough of what we needed, and we've seen some of our riders be able to build upon their score lines. So we've been stoked on that much. But, yeah, it's crazy how these winds pick up, the rains come through, and then it'll spin around again. We'll have some glass to some chunks, to some glass to some chunks. But as you were saying, with that north direction starting to show its head, that might be all she wrote for the day.
Yeah, I do believe, it's going to be our last heat, as you said just before. We got the call come through. Very wise move on behalf of our contest directors. I mean, they have a much better view of the ocean down there than we do.
Our viewers have a better view of your pink hair. I bet they didn't know you had pink hair. They just heard your voice.
Yes, unfortunately, I am very spottable. So please don't drop in on me if you see a girl with pink hair at the pass at some point.
Yeah, I think the viewers could hear through the audio that I have a bad haircut. So we have 8 minutes. Ryan Porteous leading the heat, and everyone else has just kind of gone quiet. Another factor is we're getting closer towards that midday low tide, so it's starting to kind of hit that bottomed out point, which could explain kind of some of this energy being sucked out. But Parker, looks like that could be one of his better waves. He started deep. He might have played a little priority game as starting deep and kind of waiting for a better one. I like the direction change he got. Got a little float on the end section.
Nice. As
Joel Taylor takes off. So Joel may have been holding second priority. That may have explained why he was kind of keeping patient. But that one didn't work out with a bunch of speed. And it's not often that you see Joel Taylor get stuck at the top of the wave on those floaters. He always brings them back down, which would tell you a little bit about the conditions and the speed that you're getting on the wave and the conditions. So 7 minutes. I believe only Ryan is being able to build up on his scores until this one of Parker.
Parker just coming from behind the wash there, which is really nice. Sitting way back on his board there, falls himself forward to keep that speed, to stay with the wave. As you can see, pushes the board back out in front of him so the nose doesn't pearl. Ryan Porteous hits the top, floats down, and pulls off with authority there. We missed the start of that wave, so I'm not sure if it's going to factor in. But
I like that one.
Yeah?
So, yeah, seeing that he has a 2.33 as his backup, I think that one maneuver should erase that score. He should be able to get...
Oh,
I didn't see that. That was sick. So he did a full roundhouse cutback, little tail drift, side slip boogie on the way down, and then was able to engage enough to drive off for a floater. I like that wave a lot.
Me too.
I also, after seeing Parker's replay, I like the other angle. You could really appreciate what was going on there a little bit more. So I'm quite sure that Parker already has that coming in as a second score. I think the judges are starting to compare some rides possibly, maybe check some replays, and decide what they're going to give both of that last exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be really interesting to see what they give Ryan. 8.17, he will be frothing that one.
And Parker, 3.40, bumps him up. So we see that Joel has barely bumped up his backup with that incomplete floater. Yeah, that's non-existent to him at the moment, I'm sure.
So it's a really interesting. So even though this is a semi-final, we're going off by the higher scores, like the heat totals.
Yeah, this is their chance to build on that score line of their total score from the two top waves. I love that drift. You would think after drifting like that, you would not be able to engage that quick to provide enough speed to get up on top of the lip. But he does have that little slightly bigger single fin than everybody else that just provides that drive. And this would be live action. Looks like he just trying. That was him on the way back out. Just trying anything because time is starting to get low. And if you see any wave in the ocean at the moment, might as well just try and give it a little punch.
Absolutely. It's looking really unpredictable out there. So you got to do what you got to do. But
yeah, these riders are trying to fit into the top 4 score lines amongst all of the heats. And so their whole division, whoever's got the top 4 score totals will move into the finals.
Which is really awesome. I love the way that the AASP runs these two events, giving each surfer the opportunity to surf twice. You don't want to travel all the way around the world with all your gear and all your crew and get knocked out after 20 minutes just to surf 20 minutes. You don't want to travel
down the street if you're going to have to just put the jersey and then take it off and go home.
Exactly.
The worst feeling ever.
Exactly.
And yeah, that's I've experienced that plenty. I was never a great contest surfer. Blue got a nice float bank off the section there.
Oh.
Actually, you know what? I think that's going to be one of the better waves for Fletcher for sure.
And he's just pulled off the end there. And we'll see if that answers back to Parker's and takes him into the lead in front of Parker in this heat. And Parker coming straight back at him. Unfortunately, it just fizzles out there.
Yeah, I really like how Joel's just sitting at the top of the peak. Knows he doesn't necessarily need one. And if he's going to take off on anything, especially with the amount of time that we have left, let's watch that as Fletcher gets that nice bank off. We could see Joel taking a look and then notice that Fletcher was on the wave, avoiding any kind of
infringement.
Priority infringement, any kind of interference. Which at this moment, Joel's not worried about either of these scores.
Yep.
So if he did face the penalty of a priority interference, he wouldn't be losing a score that he's going to miss anyways. However, being the gentleman that he is, he dipped out and made room.
Yeah, it's really fascinating, as you said, when we had Kai in and Kai was calling Joel's first heat, and he has done exactly what Kai predicted us to do, like you said before. So Do you think that's a special advantage, really knowing your competitor, knowing how your competitor thinks?
So good. Yeah, that's those are the art of war style secrets
Yeah.
that you do need as a good competitor, a strong competitor. Those are all abilities that I don't have. But I really liked watching that because it was like, yes, he has observed what he's up against, and he needs to know the strengths and weaknesses at this moment. Not showing any weaknesses, but definitely having to balance out your skill set to whoever you're really targeting as your main competition.
And I think Joel would probably be in priority. Is why he would have taken that wave, or just because Parker just missed it? Hits the tip. Tippy top.
Yeah, that was for what that was. He fit in some nice maneuvers on it. Not going to be up in the scores that he's looking for, but he will probably replace both of those scores with something better.
We've only got 30 seconds left on the clock with Parker there.
Loving to see Parker much more busy in this heat.
Yeah. He said, I saw him just before the comp started, and he said he hadn't been surfing for a few months. He'd been a few months out of the water. Not sure the reason why, but he's definitely come back with a vengeance.
Well, he's also in the uni, and he's spent a lot of time on studies. He's worked on some board design outside of the water, but yeah, I think he's been pretty busy. It's up to how much time for these guys, how much time they're in Parker's case, Dad has to take him out there or whoever else they need to round up for a surf. So it's not like you can just zip down there by yourself whenever you want. So surf sessions and practice sessions aren't as accessible to a lot of these competitors as it would be for you and me.
We are finished. That is it. All over Red Rover. Ryan Porteous locking in a 6.5 and an 8.17. Parker finishing second in that heat. As we said, though, Ben, that Joel has those higher scores already, so he's not going to be too worried. We will have to wait until we can get a look at live heats.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that we can bet on Joel Taylor, Kai Collis, Ryan being in the final. I'm not sure who the fourth competitor will be as far as the scores go, but we'll leave that up to the technology to come up with. That will be coming up on the heat draws as things change. It has been an amazing day 3 of competition for this BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. Before we call off the end of the day, we're going to say a quick thanks to all of the sponsors and support that have made this possible. BrightSky Australia for Forward Mobility Support, Visit Oceanside, Storage Investments Australia Rumia, Surfing Australia, High Fives Foundation, Reflections Holiday Parks, Byron Bay Services Club, Wave Ski Adventures, Kennard Shire, McGraw Real Estate, Royal Rehab Lifeworks at Sargood on Coleroy, Thomas Foods, Byron Central Osteopathy, Wetflix, First Nations Lifeguards, AASP, Brook Farm, and Stoke for Life. That was your heat winner, Ryan Porteous out of Santa Barbara, California. We've had a great day. We're going to save those last 2 Neil heats for Sunday morning, which will be finals day. You guys have a great night, and we really appreciate your company all day. We've got another big day of excitement coming up. Keep up on your live heats and all of our social media for the schedules. And we thank you for being with us, and thank all of our volunteers, sponsors, support, staff, and our wonderful production team from Surfing Australia for bringing you live action. Thank you so much, and thank you very much to Britt Nichols and Stevie Ginger. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you very much.